that is not captured in the formal system that starts at the health facilities in the villages. So they were there to complement and actually tap into that data that is not actually part of the routine data system. But they faced a lot of challenges, and the biggest challenge for them was first, the timely reporting of the data. So since when we are monitoring all these services that the community is getting from the health sector, most of the time the data was outdated, so it couldn't be used for decision making by the time it reached the authority, but also monitoring the truthfulness of the data that was reported. So it was hard for them to be sure if the community health worker, the data that they are reporting on was actually generated from the areas that they are reporting, they're saying that they collected from. But apart from that, time to time, they had to offer referrals for different complications that the pregnant women were facing. But you might find that that kind of information was a bit delayed, and when the patient arrived at the clinic, the setup of the clinic was not ready to assist that kind of patient. So we worked with them in trying to come up with a cheap technology that can help them actually report on time and help offer referrals, which could be tapped into by the organization, as well as reach the facilities in time, so that the clinic officers and the supporting staff can set the environment ready for the incoming patient. So in doing all that, we ended up creating a mobile-based kind of solution that could work offline, because most of the areas that the community health workers were going to had a network challenge. So the platform had also to work offline, so that they could collect the household data and synchronize it with the central database for the data to be pushed. So at the end, we actually managed to bridge the gap that was there between the community health workers, the health facilities, as well as the central, like the high-level monitoring part of the organization, whereby the community health workers were using the mobile phone technology to actually collect the data from the household on the pregnant women, as well as the breastfeeding babies in real time, close to real time, because some of the areas were remote and they had to work offline, and when they get the network, then they had to synchronize with the central server. So actually we bridged that gap, and the data could flow and from the mobile phone technology, but at the end, the monitoring side of that system, we had a web-based dashboard where you could see the data coming in and visualized in real time, so that you can see the different data being reported and have the informative kind of charts that can help you understand the issues that were happening there in the villages. And this project was conducted in Chemba, Dodoma. So there were like 35 villages involved, and 35 community health workers who are given the mobile phones, the smartphones, which they could collect data and synchronize with the central server, and also the people at the facilities. So there were like less than 20 facilities involved, but all these villages were being served by those facilities. So different community health workers were reporting to these health facilities, and when they send the data, the people at the facilities could get that kind of information that there is so-and-so coming in. So these are the complications that we found out with that specific patient, so that they could prepare if they had a certain medical equipment that is missing, then they could set the environment ready for the incoming patient. So that's how we could, I could share for now on that specific project. Thank you.
I think you've seen the difference. So for Chelsea's, the way they are collecting the data in their project is they are enabling the people themselves who are a part and parcel of the process to basically submit the data. So not involving any sort of third party for data collection. And then creating a data system that can basically quickly inform the decision making and choices that are supposed to be made. And in that case, mobile phone technology has enabled, again, to improve processes, I think, and also to really amplify the benefits to the end users and the people who come to the health facilities. So before I open the floor to the audience for questions, there are two more questions I would like to ask to more or less all of you. Globally, we are seeing a shift towards the use of artificial voice technology, but also, for example, the use of chatbots. So do you think this is something we should be trying to deploy in Tanzania? So for example, Sauti no longer having actual people talking to our Sauti respondents, but potentially having somebody utilizing artificial voice technology, so basically a machine talking to the panel, or is it something also we can deploy, for example, for data collection, remote data collection over short messages? Yeah, is this something you think we can deploy, and what would be potentially some of the challenges that you could think about at this point?
That's an interesting question. And my response, I would say, first of all, in order to have a functional artificial intelligence system in place, it needs to be informed with a lot of data. And then the question I would ask is whether we already have enough data on the interaction between the respondents and the enumerators, such that if we allow for machine learning, then it can pick on the trends, it can pick on how the questions are being asked and how the respondents are responding, etc. So, and my quick response to that, I would say perhaps we are not there yet, in that I am not aware of many mobile phone surveys taking place in Tanzania, apart from ours and a few others as well. But even with our own, we have been improving over time in terms of how we ask the questions. As we are informed by our interaction, the physical interaction during the baselines and the subsequent call rounds, we look at how the respondent replied to the different questions, and then we tweak the questions accordingly. So I think until we reach a point where we have simplified the questions and we have picked certain trends in the way people respond to the questions and to the different topics, then I think we'll be at a point where we can apply machine learning. But as of now, I think perhaps we need to collect a lot more data to be able to feed into the AI.
Thank you, Julia, for the question. So my response to that is not very much far from his response. So AI is good. And it helps us cut some costs as well as reach in areas where we couldn't imagine to reach. But in order for us to get there, the algorithm that supports that needs a lot of training and so that to perfect the process. And in order for us to do that, that means the data has to be sufficient enough for us to oversee and expect all the different responses that the agent can face and give the correct response to that. Our experience has led up to that. We support the master's program here, the master's in data science. So in one of the challenges, in one of the modules that they learn at the college, is the capstone module where they practice this theory on the the real world challenges that different organizations are facing, and that's a year-long kind of a program module. So in one of the challenges, we exposed our students to similar challenge, like to develop a Swahili-based voice agent that could interact with people in one of the program that Inspire Ideas is running. And the challenge, the major challenge they faced with that is the data. So we don't have enough data for us to actually model that in a way that it can help us solve the challenges that we're facing. So once we get enough data in the different areas that we want to deploy the AI, I think we'll be in a better position to train the algorithm and also apply that kind of technology. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so and there's, on top of what's being said, I mean, there are data around, a lot of data around that can be very informative of targeting people that need, that have been affected by a shock, that need cash to mitigate that shock. For example, in Zimbabwe, we noticed the payment data through mobile phone is widespread. There's hardly any cash in the country. So the data that exists on who is on the mobile money transfer can be disaggregated by traders and households and by location. So if you have those data, and we were trying to work with those data, you can find out, okay, in what areas of the capital even you can disaggregate it in very small areas. Do we see payments going down? Traders receiving less money suddenly. You can quite easily use this data and machine learning to figure out where are the people that are affected by these shocks suddenly, and then immediately the government could come in and say, okay, let's target some cash to these people that seem to be really faced by these shocks, using again mobile phone money. Now this sounds good and cool, but it's very sensitive because you can easily breach privacy of people. How do you get a phone company to be comfortable that the government is not going to misuse these data to do something that they don't want them to do? You don't want these phone data to become available on the street or even to the government maybe. So anonymizing these data or finding a way to get a trusted group of people to use these data, or those are the challenges as well. So it's data availability, but it's also protecting privacy of these data. It can be very sensitive, and it's something to be solved as well. It's a big issue also in Western countries. The other thing I was going to say is that some other work we've done using artificial intelligence is using satellite imagery. So the government or everybody usually likes to know where the poor people are, so you can do poverty maps. They do rely usually on the census, right? Your upcoming census that you have in August next year will ask questions from everybody in the country, and these questions can be used to predict whether people are poor. But that's only one every 10 years. So how do you do this every year? And so what we've tried to do is use satellite imagery at very low level and try to overlay that with household survey data, and then use machine learning to find patterns between welfare and these millions of data observations from satellite imagery, like land type, rainfall, type of house, land coverage, temperature. I mean, you name it. If you put all these data together and you can use machine learning to distinguish these patterns, you can actually come up with a poverty map. And so we've actually done this for Tanzania, and we're still validating this. It's a new technology, but it's quite exciting because you do it that way. You can actually almost, again, update your poverty map in real time as well.
Thank you so much, Rob. And I think one of the things that I want to underline from what my panel members have said is that there is still a challenge in Tanzania in the sense of that we also have, we would be excluding some people potentially in using those kind of technologies, because only for those we have the data available, they would be included in this, in such kind of initiatives. So everybody who is not using GSM network, anybody who is not using internet platforms would by default be excluded in such measurements, and we have to be more inclusive. Remember the discussion we had yesterday and the day before yesterday, so there is a challenge. And I think also what Baruano is saying is very important to underline. Potentially, we are not yet there to actually create sufficient technology for really artificial voice usage, for example, for the phone calls. And especially because some of the people that, for example, are also on the Twaweza panel, they're very old people, and they might even have challenges in Swahili. So you might them sing mixing Kinyakyusa and Swahili, and then in the middle of it, you're like, okay, excuse me. And some of them, you know, Mara, yeah, you find them speaking other languages, and so it becomes a challenge. So I think we still have a long way to go, but I think there are ways we can start integrating, as Rob is saying. We can start utilizing, but always with caution and being mindful. So my last question, I'll keep it towards the end once we have already heard from our audience. You're welcome. If there's any comment, questions you would like to throw at the panel, this is your chance. These are the gurus. Yes, there's a gentleman in the middle there, and then the gentleman up front. In the middle there, and then, yeah.
Okay, thanks for the speakers. It was great to learn from your experience. And from the other speakers, I think from the first day we started, we are just all complaining about insufficient data so that to fit the machine learning models. And I think maybe what we should do, we should not just wait to have sufficient data. Maybe we can just use the few data we have, and we can just make simulations and see how we can save our people. Just waiting maybe for just 5 or 10 years to have sufficient data, while our people, let's say, are dying from diseases maybe like COVID-19. We should not just wait to have enough data. Rather, we should find opportunities whereby we can use the data we have to solve the problems we have. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the panel has shown that actually you can use mobile phone technology to actually bridge some of those gaps in a more in a rapid, but also in a more affordable way. The gentleman up front.
Thank you very much, and congrats both of you for good presentation. And I like the approach of using mobile phone technology in doing surveys, research. It's a great thing. And I like the approach of supplying Vitochi mobile phones to the respondent, so as to reduce biasness for those who do not have the mobile phones. That's a great approach. But I would like to hear from you, how do you combat the challenge? We know the respondents are busy with their daily routines. How do you combat that challenge, making sure that they spare their time responding with your questions or questionnaires? How do you combat that? How do you motivate them to spare their time and responding to those questionnaires and questions you ask? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Baruani, I think this. Is there another question? Maybe we collect first questions.
Nishukuru kwa ajili ya presentation yenu nzuri. Nimeguswa na ya Kakachare, hiyo ya strengthen kwenye referral system. Kwenye remote areas kule vijijini kuna watu wengi sana ambao hawana access to health services, especially wakiwa kwenye critical conditions. Na kitu ambacho kinakuwa ni kikubwa zaidi, kuna kidogo kwanza kuna ile distance kutoka alipo hadi kufika kwenye health service. Kwa hiyo kama kuna hiyo innovation ambayo mnakuja nayo kwa kutumia hiyo artificial intelligence, kwamba tunaweza tukatumia wale healthcare workers kuwafikia mapema, especially akina mama wajawazito, ndo watu ambao kidogo wako kwenye riski kubwa ya kupoteza maisha. Sijajua mmejipanga vipi kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo research survey ndogo ambayo mmeifanya inakuwa engaged kwenye healthcare system, kuhakikisha kwamba hicho kitu ambacho mnafikiria kukifanya kinakuwa na wide coverage kwenye the whole country. Asante.
Asante sana kaka, nadhani hii kaka Charles atachukua swali lingine.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask Twaweza speaker. You have said on collecting your sample, you ensure that it is representative of the whole nation, right? Yeah. And then you said that if you don't find the respondents, then you have your backup respondent, if I'm correct. So I would like to know, do these backup respondents are chosen before you are sure of your sample, or you just come up with those backup after you have not found your actual respondents? And how do you ensure that your sample is not biased? For example, before you had a poor respondent, and then your backup respondent is richer. How do you ensure that there is no bias in your sample?
Okay, swali la mwisho. Anybody else with one last question? This is your chance. No, there are too many people. Okay, let's take another lady here, up front here.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation to both everyone. I'm Joanne Mushi from Redefine. I have a question to Baruani. You say that with Sauti za Wananchi, you issued phones to respondents in light of covering the inclusivity factor, yeah? Don't you think that with doing this, you sort of incentivized them and influenced their participation and, most importantly, their responses? So my question is, how do you ensure inclusivity without influencing respondents' participation and responses?
Okay, thank you very much. In the interest of time, we will go towards answering these questions. Maybe, Charles, would you like to start?
Thank you for the question, and also thank you for the comment on how to harness the already existing data. So yes, as Julia commented on that, we are working around that, so we cannot just sit around and keep commenting that the data is not enough. But yes, there are other ways of us as players in the ecosystem to harness the already existing data. But also that process is costly. Like if we try to opt out and use the big data, from the social media on how people communicating in the different groups and from the different regions, just to feed in the vocabulary and create the algorithm. Yes, that could be possible, but also it's a lengthy and costly process which needs technological backup to also have these other infrastructure that could support us putting that in place, and also be able to actually create that database for us to train the algorithm. But moving to his question on how can we scale up now the platform that we use to help the pregnant women in the rural areas. So the one straight answer to that is partnership, because DLab did not do that alone. So for us to accomplish that in Chamber Dodoma, we had a support of the Ministry of Health, where the ministry supported and acknowledged the work that the community health workers are doing. Apart from that support, we also had a partner who was actually doing that by the paper-based kind of system, where they faced the challenges. That where we came on board. So Benjamin Mkapa Foundation, who all along was supporting all these community health workers by providing them with their wages, so that monthly they could go to all these households and collect the data. They were the key player in the process, because it's them that found out all these challenges that need solving. And so the technology itself is not enough, but the technology is there to ease the process, to modernize the way that we do things. So if there are other players that are supporting the community health workers in different areas, I see this as an opportunity for us to work together and also try this technology in the different areas and see how we can customize it to the different operations of the organizations. Like for them, the major challenge challenges were three, like monitoring where the community health worker is collecting data from, their near to real-time data reporting, as well as the referrals. So you might find that in other areas, maybe there are more than that to accomplish. So we can start from that and try to customize it in a way that it accommodates not only the mother and child health, but other health programs that are out there, because the community health workers, they are not just monitoring the mother and child health, but there are other duties that they perform in the community. So we can see how can we integrate all other services that the community is benefiting from the interventions from the community health workers, and try to tap into that and also try to understand the different challenges and the kind of services that the community need in the rural area. So if we partner with the right players in the ground, I think we can accomplish this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chad. I think it's very key, stakeholder engagement, yeah? Kuhakikisha kwamba kila mdau ambaye yuko kwenye miradi yuko engaged na yani tunamsikiliza kabla tunaanza kuengage pia. Ili mfumo yetu ambayo tunayojenga ni imara. So I think that's really, it's paramount to ensure adequate stakeholder engagement. Barwani, sorry, you have 2 minutes maximum to answer to those 3 questions that were thrown at you. And then I'll have one last question as we are giving our last remarks to the panel. Karibu.
Asante sana. To the first question, that we have insufficient data, and then perhaps we should not wait until we have sufficient data for us to see how we can apply the data that we have. I totally agree to that challenge. But to add to that, there is also a problem of data underutilization. Even the little data that we have, it's not always analyzed and used in the work that we are doing in our different sectors. So there is that aspect as well. So it's a challenge well taken. And then there was a question on the unavailability of respondents and how do we motivate them to respond to our surveys. What I would say, actually, using mobile phones solves the problem that we usually encounter when we are doing the physical surveys, the face-to-face, because you have traveled to this remote location and then people are not available. Whereas with the mobile phone surveys, what we do, we have a 2 weeks window to get the respondent. If they tell us at that particular moment when we call them that they're not available, then we'll try again later, or they can tell us when should we call them back. But again, the issue of research fatigue is always there, and we do monitor for attrition, how many of our panel members stay on and how many are dropping out, and we check on the health of the panel every now and then, and where we see there are serious numbers of people dropping out, we visit them physically to understand why they're dropping out, and then this leads on to the next question about the backup respondents. So we oversample such that we have backup respondents or replacement panel members. And every time that we replace panel members, we check on the panel composition, the characteristics, whether it has changed. If it has not changed, then we continue asking them questions. So sometimes, yes, a female respondent may be replaced by a male respondent, but we'll look at the aggregate level, at the panel level, to see whether that has any effect on the overall panel characteristic or composition. And the last question, when we provide them with mobile phones, perhaps we are influencing them, or we are buying the data, or we are encouraging them giving us the social disability responses, the social disability bias. Well, we had this in mind, yes, and we looked at it in this way. They serve on the panel for 2.5 to 3 years, and this mobile phone is between 30,000 to 40,000 Tanzanian shillings. And every month, we give them about 1,000 T shillings to keep the line active. And then if we divide that and look at how much do we actually pay them when we call them for every call round, and we compare with how others are compensating respondents, we found that actually ours is on the lower end. such that if there is any bias as a result of providing incentives, it's not just applicable to our situation, but it's really to all the surveys that have been conducted out there. And as much as we can minimize that, then we don't see that it's a big of a problem, because they serve on the panel for 2.5 to 3 years, and we are not providing them with the mobile phones every now and then. It's only once for the entire duration that they serve on the panel.
Barwani, thank you so much in really 2 minutes. So so thank you so much. I think we have sold you on the idea of mobile phone surveys. They are cost efficient, they are quick, but they have the same rigor as on-ground surveys. They can be used for policy advisory, they can be used for quick decision making, provided we have considered inclusiveness, we have considered that we may need to weight the data. So at this point, each of you, one last statement, just to the question, do you think we have sufficient capacity in Tanzania to deploy such surveys? Do we have sufficient capacity for people to monitor? I'm out of time. You stole like 15 minutes of our time because of the screen. So I'm told I cannot recoup it. So I have to thank my panel. Thank you so much for being here. But I think, as we can go out, maybe you can have some of the discussion with some of the co-ICT members. So thank you so much. And thank you so much for the audience for the great questions. It was a pleasure to have you, and looking forward to interacting more and conducting more phone surveys. Thank you so much.
A round of applause to the moderator and the panelists. May I ask you to stand here so that you can get a group photo? Kwa pamoja. All right. Thank you, everybody. Another massive round of applause to the moderator for such an incredible job. Despite all the technical challenges, thank you so much for keeping up. Yamani, it is time for a break. We're going to break right now until 10:30 on the dot. We have a health break, so there's breakfast being served. As soon as you head out of the door, there are coupons that will be given by the team. Right after that, we will be back here to start our sessions at exactly 10:30. So please be on time. The sessions that will be happening concurrently will be Artificial Intelligence Ethics Workshop for Nonprofits. That will be happening at Mzizima. So AI Intelligence Workshop for Nonprofits. That will be happening at Mzizima. We will also have a climate change and digital economy. Climate change and digital economy will be happening here. Climate change and digital economy will be led by Fazal Ali from the Embassy of Ireland. We will have somebody from the Ministry of Blue Economy, from Forum CC, TMA Climate Information Service, and CRDB, as well as Action Network. We have about 10-13 minutes, so please let's go grab breakfast and come right back. Karibuni sana. Also, as you're leaving, I'd like to mention that right after the end of the day today, Data Tamasha itaisha na kitu tunaitwa bata la data. Itakuwa ni party ya kumaliza Data Tamasha 2021. So please make sure you stay until the end. Na pia, I'll be announcing some gifts that will be given along the way. So enjoy your breakfast, and I hope to see you at exactly 10:30.
Thank you very much, and I'll be sharing the link for the rest of the group, because there are a number of episodes as part of the Climate Next. So we have seen a bit of a nexus between climate and technologies already. So yeah, I'll jump straight to the quick introduction from my panelists. I'll start from far end on my left, Mr. Onditi. A quick introduction. Karibu.
Okay, I think now I'm laudable. My name is Msololo Onditi, working with Forum on Climate Change as head of program. I'm joining you here today in this data Tamasha, but the thing we need to understand is that talking about climate change, we're talking about including climate issues. I mean, economic issues. It's also economic aspect that we need to take into consideration. So what I expect to share with you is how now the climate change responses, the natural environment, and the livelihood comes in the so-called climate change development and responses, as well as the digital economy. For instance, what I can say is that having a sustainable digital economy, we need sustainable innovation in terms of technology and software. So technologically, if we have a new software, means we are attracting a new hardware. This is to say, in the digital economy development, we will encourage more manufacturing industries to go on to work to have hardware to accommodate the software. This is where the nexus comes in. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sixbati Mwanga. I work for an organization called Climate Action Network Tanzania as a director for an organization. I'm very excited to be in this meeting or session. Just to say some few words regarding climate change, and more important with the data. So the first thing is that the current or the available information is that 18% of the economy of the world is likely to be wiped away by climate change. But of more important, the role of technology and the innovation within the whole equation of resolving or addressing the impacts is of great importance, so to speak. In addressing climate change also, as you can imagine, we still need data enough, and not only data, but reliable. And in order to have reliable data, then you still need to, so you still need to have sophisticated or advanced technology. So I'm looking forward to see how do we dive into this discussion today and find a way on how the two are really brought together, if at all we were to find some solution to the ever-increasing challenge.
Thank you. Dr. Changa, a quick introduction.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And my name is Ladislaus Changa. I'm the current director for research and meteorological application at Tanzania Meteorological Authority. But also I'm privileged to serve the country as the IPCC focal point for the United Republic of Tanzania. IPCC stands for Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, but also I'm a member of Tanzania negotiating team at UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and also participated in COP26. and in Glasgow, and also I do participate in teaching at the University of Dar es Salaam as part-time lecturer there. So I'm just very happy to be given the privilege to be here to share some few perspectives related to climate change. Now, if I'm to share some few in 1 or 2 minutes, what I would say is what our colleague from the CRIP highlighted to us, that climate change is real. And in IPCC Working Group 1 report, which was released very recently, we came with a language formulation that climate change, once again, is unequivocal, and human interference with the climate system is real. No element of doubt in that. Now, to give you statistics about the reality of climate change, in Working Group 1 of the IPCC, also there is a key message that says the last 4 decades have been successively warmer than any preceding decade since 1850. That underscores the reality about climate change, about warming. Now, if we are to zoom in a little bit, is that, for instance, 2019 has been warmer than 1.1 degrees above pre-industrial level. And 2020 has been warmer by almost the same, and currently we are approaching 1.2 globally. And here in Tanzania, 2019 was warmer by 0.8 above the long-term mean of 1981-2010, and 2020 has been warmer by 0.6. So what I'm trying to say here that climate change is real and is accelerating very fast, and we need to act. And maybe while I still have the floor, the other aspect that would like to say that extreme events, and particularly drought, flooding, heavy precipitation, in last we say heavy rainfall, strong winds are increasing in frequency, but also in intensity. And this is very worrying. And maybe I will just stop there. And you maybe if I ask some question, I'll try to elaborate furthermore. Now, just the other one is that in 2009, with the World Climate Conference 3, where we discussed about further a lot of issues, but one of the aspects that came out of the product is the global framework for climate services. And the global framework for climate service is a number of pillars. One of the pillars is climate service information system and user interface platform. So I guess this will be of interest for us today, and I would like to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ramla, karibu.
Thank you. Before I introduce myself, maybe you'll be wondering why CRDB Bank is here. It's a commercial bank. But I will tell you in a few minutes. My name is Ramla Msuya from CRDB Bank. I work as a Senior Manager of Sustainable Projects and Programs, responsible for overseeing implementation of climate actions, as well as implementation of environmental and social management system within the bank. So today, in this session, I will just share with you the experience that we have on climate financing. As you all know, that the bank has been accredited to the Green Climate Fund and became the only entity in Tanzania accredited to that world largest fund, and also the first bank in East and Central Africa to be accredited to the GCF. So with that short introduction, maybe I will leave to the moderator now to lead us on how we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you. We had another panelist online, but we're working to reconnect him. He was about to make his presentation. So
I'm here now.
Oh, you're here. Good. So
yes.
yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we have new concept as part of Tanzania 5-year Development Plan 3. The new concept in terms of the digital economy that came in, and another one is blue economy. This has been, I would say, an important development agenda in Zanzibar, and we are lucky to have the director from the Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries in Zanzibar. So maybe I'll take this opportunity to welcome him for a quick introduction and also an opportunity to share a presentation on blue economy, climate, and digital economy nexus. Dr. Hamad, karibu, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, guys. Can you hear me? Can somebody confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can definitely hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Right, my name is Captain Hamad, like I said, and I'm a director responsible for Blue Economy Development and Coordination here in the Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries, Zanzibar. I'm glad today to be invited to be in the panelist, and I will have a short a presentation, but before that, let me say something about it, because I mean, blue economy depends on health, sea, and health environment, and also it is highly affected by climate change. So climate change, environment conservations are just this other side of the same coin. So we can't move forward unless we take into account those things seriously. And we know that for sure, that blue economy depends significantly on ICT and technological solutions. So I'm glad today to be with you to shout about blue economy, and I'll be precisely on Zanzibar blue economy agenda. If we can move to the next slide, please. Right, so just to give you a flavor of the Zanzibar. Zanzibar is an archipelagic state of 2 main islands. So we have 2 main islands and about 53 islets, small islets. And the population currently is around 1.7, 52% almost are women. And tourism and fisheries are the low-hanging fruit. So over 2/3 of the population in Zanzibar depends on these 2 sectors. So here you have to figure out that these 2 sectors are also the most affected by climate change and environmental impact. So once we have been affected by those 2 tsunami, Zanzibar will not be there. If you can move to the next slide, please. Right, so the blue economy vision of Zanzibar is to be a leading hub in the Western Indo-Ocean region, and we have prioritized 5 areas: fisheries and aquaculture, tourism, maritime trade and infrastructure, energy, and blue economy governance. So in the blue economic governance is where the issue of climate change, environmental impact, ICT, and coordination come in. And so far we have been able to have a full-fledged ministry of the blue economy and fisheries, and we have blue economy policy along with a blue economy strategy, and we have intervention plans all designed to push the blue economy agenda forward. So if you can move to this next slide, please. Right, so the fisheries in Zanzibar is almost 95% arsenal. The fishers are fishing within 6 nautical miles, and this area, I mean, from shore to 6 nautical mile, we all know that these are preserved area for ecosystem. So once they are fishing there, there is huge possibility of destroying environment. In addition to climate change, things doesn't look good if we don't take any action now. So why fishers are fishing here? Because they don't have capacity to go out to the sea. They don't have necessary knowledge. They don't have assets like boats, fishing gears, and all of that. And because they can't go out to the sea, far out to the sea, their catch also is declining every day. For that reason, they can empower themselves economically. So we think that once we will be able to address these environmental issues, along with the assistance of ICT, maybe we can resolve this issue. So in aquaculture section, over 99% of aquaculture Zanzibar is seaweed farming, and seaweed farming in the past 5 years has been dropped. Production has been dropped by almost 60%. And the main reason is climate change issue, because seaweed now is getting lots of interference from disease, hot sea and all of that. So for that reason, we need to address now, I mean, at least we need to come up with the proper solution to address this issue. And same case, fishers now, their fishing ground are getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So fishes are going far out to the sea to get a cooler water, so they can't get much catch on regular basis. Please, can we move to the next slide? Right, so I don't want to talk on this slide because these are the potential investment opportunity, and one of the area is on ICT, and of course we need to have high sea and deep sea water fishing fleet and fish processing facility, including seaweed processing facility. Can we move to the next slide, please? Right, so we expect in our blue economy agenda to construct new ports and to renovate the old one and to turn it into passenger and cruise ship and marina. As you can see, all of these depend significantly on innovation, ICT, and technology. So unless we integrate our blue economy squarely, perfectly into the technological solution, the future is not going to be bright. Can we move to the next slide, please? Right, here we are, blue economy governance. So in the blue economy governance, we need solution, we need ICT solution to resolve every point, every single value chain within the blue economy. And for instance, we need to empower fishers to go out to the sea. These fishers, they have to be informed before they set out to their fishing mission on daily basis, where to go to fish, where are the new fishing grounds, when to go, when not to go, what are the weather pattern. If they have got catch, where they can sell their fishes, where are the potential markets, how can they connect to the banks, but most importantly, if there will be any accident at sea, can we be able to rescue them? So search and rescue and surveillance missions are very, very important in a blue economy agenda of Zanzibar. So maritime domain awareness is very important. We need solution. Port and offshore facility and surveillance, including drones and on-land earth stations that will be informed us on regular basis where these fishes are, I mean, ship movement, tracking system, all of that, they are very, very important. So can we move to the next slide? I think this is probably the last slide. So to wrap up, what I'm saying, I'm glad today I've been invited because our blue economy is missing very, very ingredient part in its totality, because we need ICT solution within the blue economy agenda. So let me stop here and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamad, for that amazing overview on blue economy and the digital economy nexus. I get a number of issues in terms of the link, and it would be good to follow up the discussion with the panelists here. And I hope you'll be able to stay for a further discussion later on, including questions and clarification from the floor. So yeah, Dr. Sixbert, we have heard about different sides of the same coin, meaning blue economy, climate change, and digital economy. That from the island part. What has been the experience from the mainland part? Is there a nexus between the two, and what has been the experience? Karim.
Yeah, so thank you so much. And I think the just concluded presentation is of great importance, and I just wanted to share some few things, and I will build on what first I said with regard to the economy, and that the climate change is already affecting most of the livelihood activities which are very important to the community. And then I just wanted also to link up on what Dr. Changa just mentioned, what is implemented by TMA, the Tanzania Met Authority, on the role of climate services, the information and the services, and supporting the livelihood activities at ground, at the community level. So as you can imagine, the first thing, I think we still need data to know what we should do. The first thing could be either having data which shows how tomorrow will behave in terms of climate. And he mentioned the issues of ever-increasing extremes event, and especially the prolonged drought, which is a bit, droughts which are a bit harder and in terms of intensity, and then he mentioned the floods. So as you can see, the two are also already affecting what we might consider to be the livelihood activities. If you have prolonged drought, then the farmers will, when they plant, they will never harvest, the crop's gonna die, there will be an ever-increasing crop failure. But on the other side, if there is floods, then you can already imagine how many times we have been seeing our railway, our vehicles, our houses, and whatever wiped away by the floods. Then that has a lot of economic implication to the owners and to the economy of the country. But now, then in order to address this, then the first thing you need is data. First, data and the system and the role of ICT is of great importance. First, in making sure that the information will be able to reach the target or the which could be, maybe could be the users or the end users, the communities, and whoever, the decision makers in time, so that they can prepare for whatever is coming. So that is, for me, that is number one. The second thing, what type of infrastructure you have to develop if at all the data or the available analysis shows this type of behavior. If the floods are increasing, what does that mean to the economy? How should you build your house? How should your house look like? But again, if we were to think of connecting a house to the grid or to energy, what type of energy do you want? And so all these things, for me, I think they are very important. If you were to go to the tourist industry or to tourism, tourist sites, so how do you see this behaving? What type of infrastructure should the roads and even the tents and whatever, how should they look like? And then, so if at all we are to address climate change and all this, and then with the ever-increasing drought within the tourist sites or whatever, there's been an ever-increasing of the farmers and the pastoralists going to the shifting to the national parks and whatever. But then how do you address that? How do you make sure that then this can live together and all these things? And then you make sure that the climate change does not necessarily bring a lot of conflict and affect the economy, but also, again, you can already address them and minimize the impact and then take the advantage of using it, because we're going to be living with it, and then use it as an advantage, which could be, of course, promoting the economy. But in order to do this, then you need the data, you need the very, very well enhanced mode of communication, so to speak, whether it would be network, whether it would, and all these things. And yeah, so I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sisbert, on that. And that links me to, you mentioned about the importance of data. And climate forecasting, information sharing. I think the best person to go next to is Dr. Ladislaus Changa in terms of his institution TMA and his experience in terms of working on those areas. You can share maybe including the climate information services that TMA has been working recently. So what has been the role of TMA and how technologies can be of good assistance in terms of addressing climate change in Tanzania? Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much for the privilege to respond to those few questions, but also I would really appreciate the presentation from our colleague from Zanzibar and also the presentation from Dr. Sixbet here, mentioning about the importance of data. But I would like to touch a little bit before I go to the question. The presentation from our colleague from Zanzibar mentioned about the marine ecosystem that are being impacted by climate change. And I have with me the 1.5 global warming report from IPCC. And if you go through this summary for policymakers, it highlights that if we continue with business as usual scenario and warming accelerate and escalate, by 2030 to 2052, warming will reach 1.5. But in a recent report of Working Group 1 highlights that 1.5 actually could be reached by 2030. And in this report, it highlights that the consequence for 1.5 would be that, for instance, marine ecosystem and particularly coral reef, 70 to 90% will be gone if we reach 1.5. That is the significant and devastating news for all of us in the global community, particularly with regard to the marine ecosystem. Now, mentioning about the importance of data. Data is critical for any kind of intervention that we take, and particularly for adaptation. Unfortunately, it has been forgotten or taken less regard when it comes to climate change negotiation and climate change intervention. But if you look at UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention, Article 5 and Article 4, emphasize the importance of data. And we have it talk about the importance of research and systematic observation, and which is critical. And even in Glasgow, in the last few weeks, we discussed about research and systematic observation and under SubSTAS, subsidiary body for technological and scientific advice. So data is critical. You start with data. We are here today to talk about climate changes because of the data that have been accumulated for historically. Without data, we cannot be able to say whether climate is changing or is not changing. So data comes first. And also in the Paris Agreement, Article 7, it talks also about the importance of data for early warning system. Of course, early warning is critical for adaptation, particularly linking enhanced and increasing intensity and frequency of extreme weather events. You need early warning information, early warning system to try to save life and property from hydrometeorological related disaster. Now, under that category also now, the nexus, the linkage with digital technology come in, because any kind of information technology, any kind of early warning system that you are going to establish, there is no possibility that you can leave out ICT. So ICT is a critical component of early warning information system. Now, just to highlight what has been the role of Tanzania Meteorological Authority, our role is, of course, to undertake observation and monitoring of the climate system to be able to inform the community, but also to be able to provide those information to various sectoral needs, and also provide early warning information of impending hydrometeorological disaster, as we have been doing over the couple numbers of years. And this is a very important role. So in a nutshell, it's about saving life and property and contributing towards socio-economic development of the country through provision of best available science and best available information to underpin adaptation and any development need. So I would like to stop there. Unless I will have some question, I would be happy to clarify more.
Thank you very much, Dr. Changa, on that. You mentioned about emphasize the importance of data and technologies, and these all need investment. We heard about the first presentation on blue economy, and again, Ramla mentioned at the start that you might be surprised why CRDB is part of the climate change discussion. Despite the long-term work in terms of agriculture and work with the community, recently most of us have been seeing CRDB engaged much on climate change, probably because of the accreditation to Green Climate Fund. And yes, maybe I take this opportunity to welcome Ramla to share more on the climate financing with link to the technology that will be needed to support climate action. Karibu.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with the involvement of CRDB in environmental friendly activities. So the involvement of CRDB in environmental friendly and climate action started way back in 2014, where we developed our first environmental social management procedure for the bank to assess environmental and social impacts on financed projects and programs. That one gave us a lot of mileages because it is not something that is done by commercial banks, many commercial banks in Tanzania and even in the world. They don't do environmental social due diligence on the project that they are financing. So when we were going for the accreditation to the Green Climate Fund, it gives us a lot of mileages, and we got our accreditation in November 2019, and our accreditation status is on medium. There are 4 like groups or categories of accreditation, where there is micro up to $10 million, there is small up to $50 million, medium up to $250 million, and above $250 million, which is a large category. So for the CRDB, having a track record on managing loans or projects, we got accreditation of $250 million, which means what? It means for any single project that can be submitted to the GCF, it can go up to $250 million as a total project cost. So that accreditation also gave us, because of having environmental social management procedures and policies, the bank, and that gave us another mileage of being accredited as Category A, environmental and social standards. Which means what? It means that we can undertake any project, any very high-risk project on environmental and social risks, as long as mitigation measures are in place. So our accreditation took us about 2 years, from 2017 and up to 2019 November, but it usually takes even longer. If there's anybody here who knows how the due diligence is done by those world funds, it's very tedious and very demanding. You get a lot of questions, maybe 100 questions, you respond to them, and then they will create another 200 questions from the 100 questions. So it's very tedious. Some of the organization or some of the entities have started and they just lose hope and they didn't continue the accreditation. So the importance of this accreditation to the country is that now we can submit funding proposal to the GCF, as I said, up to $250 million for the country economy. For example, recently we have submitted a funding proposal of agriculture. We call it Tanzania Agriculture Climate Adaptation Technology Deployment Program, TACA-TDP, where we got approval of $100 million from GCF. So GCF do not want to get into risk by themselves. They want also an accredited entity or somebody else to co-finance. So CRDB being there, commanding more than 45% of agriculture in the country, we have experience in that area of agriculture. So the bank will also co-finance, will blend another $100 million to the $100 million from GCF to get $200 million for the country agriculture climate adaptation program. So it is about 460 billion, if you have seen in the news, that will be implemented from next year, maybe the second quarter of next year, because there is a lot of process with the GCF. There is a signing of something called the funded activity agreement. There's a lot of issues that you have to finish negotiation before we start implementation with the GCF fund. So the fund has been approved. It's not there yet to the bank, but from first or second quarter of the 2022, we'll start implementation of the fund. So this one will go directly to the smallholder farmers. We'll focus more on smallholder farmers because we have realized that there is a lot of farmers or smallholder farmers which do not have what it takes to get loans from the banks. For example, they don't have the collaterals or they don't qualify for the loans. So there's a lot of untouched people who are not able to access funds for the bank. So with this GCF money that is aimed at going to the smallholder farmers, we will make sure that we reach up to 1.2 million farmers, beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries, but we'll also try to make sure that we reach about 6 million beneficiaries, indirect and direct beneficiaries, because the project will go up to 20 years. And another thing that I'd like you to note is that if you want to get an experience or to try to undergo the accreditation process, GCF wants and submit funding proposal. GCF wants projects that observe adaptation and mitigations areas. So, for example, in mitigation, they want you to make sure that the project that you are submitting to them, at the end of the day, it will give a result on how many tons, how much tons of carbon dioxide equivalent that will be reduced as a result of the implementation of that project. Or when you go to adaptation, they will want to know how many people are benefiting, number of beneficiaries, direct and indirect beneficiaries of the project. So that's a few experience on the climate financing, and I'm here also for any questions that will raise in regard to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much on that, and I believe the participants have noted that down, especially with the smallholder farmers opportunity. So yeah, all is not rosy. There are a lot of challenges in this, and maybe back to Onditi. We have heard about the blue economy, importance of data, technologies, and a bit of financing here. What has been the challenge in terms of between the two nexus? We are trying to get more efficient in terms of using technology to address climate change, and also curb in terms of unsustainable technologies that may result to unsustainable development. So what has been the challenge to balance between development of climate and the digital economy? Over to you, Onditi.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, and of course, previous presentation on this topic. For me, to whatever we'll be bringing in, whether it is ICT or any technology, to support the response to climate change, should be screened to see if they are contributing in our decarbonization wave we are struggling to have. So, talking about the challenges, digital economy is associated with delivering service quickly and timely. Let me give you an example on e-commerce, that you can order an item from Kariakoo. You are located at Bunju, and then someone can drive from Kariakoo to Bunju just to deliver one product to one individual. This is digital economy. Someone's going to deliver quickly. But what is the carbon footprint? These are the issues we need to think about. So the challenge comes here is that, do we have the baseline Do we have the tools to assess how digital economy practice is going to contribute on emission reduction? That's the challenge. So that's where we also need data to show the differences between the two practices, the digital economy and the response to climate change. But again, if we have to use digital economy as part of strengthening our economic development in the changing climate, do we have somewhere to have data? Do we have a national data collection system in terms of climate change? So if we don't have that, mean that we will always need a baseline in different activities. If it's a company, you need to establish a baseline to show the situation in terms of emission reduction. But again, we will need the monitoring targets, the actual progress that has been made in the practice of digital economy in relation to response to climate change. And this is very important if we really need to make sure that the 1.5 degrees is alive. But again, we need the target for emission reduction. The practitioners in climate change, in economic development, do they have targets for emission reduction? As a country, for example, we have the NDCs. We have targets and the percentage we're going to contribute as a country. But do companies have targets? So this is also another thing that we need to take into account. But again, making carbon reporting and disclosure mandatory to different practitioners in the economic value chain. That was also very important. I don't know if we have it, but pledging that, okay, we need ICT in the blue economy, for example. Do we have the tools now to monitor what we'll be contributing in terms of reducing emissions? What are we going to contribute in terms of increasing the trajectories of carbon footprint? So having the targets are very important, but monitoring to know the cutting line, the margin line between the positive and negative contribution. These are very important. So talking from the CSO side, I think we need also the understanding. We need the awareness to the population, to the community, the decision and policymakers to make sure that we are dancing the same rhythm when talking about the contribution of digital economy in responding to climate change. Especially now we are going to implement our NDCs as part of the Paris Agreement on reducing temperature increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Onditi. And you mentioned a number of challenge there that could be maybe spark some of the discussion. So we'll be using the last 10-15 minutes to get some questions from the floor. Yes, we have hands already. So yeah, but if someone could assist with the microphone. So yeah, we'll take a round of questions depending on the available time. We have a representative from Blue Economy Online and other able panelists here. So one there, we have another one here, that's two. Yes. Okay, so another question from Dr. Hamad, and probably when he's responding, he could also share the question. So yeah, yes, Varwan, Karibu.
Asante sana. My question goes to the representative from CRDB. First of all, I'm very happy to hear about this financing in place. And a few weeks ago, I was having a conversation with a friend, and actually this friend was rather critical to CRDB and was saying, I don't think CRDB will do anything. All they wanted was just the accreditation and that they outcompeted the NMB and the money will not get to the smallholder farmers, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm glad to hear that that will be your focus. So my question is, do you have any plans of making sure that that kind of information is publicly available to see who is actually getting the funding and for what projects exactly, such that some people can provide some feedback, learning from other countries where such kind of schemes actually ended up providing loans to agricultural processes that are not very vulnerable to climate change impacts, or even selecting crops that are usually not affected by droughts as much as other crops. So it wasn't really doing a good service to issues of climate change mitigation and adaptation, but rather it was just a scheme that is there like any other, but not really closely tied to issues of climate change. So do you have any plans of making this information publicly available so that you can benefit from feedback from different stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With a hand here also. Yes, we start here. Okay, you can start. And then we can wrap.
Okay, thank you so much. My question also goes to a presenter from CRDB. Congratulations for being accredited. I just want to know if you have a plan to conduct a survey or to have a benchmark with indicators that will assist you to monitor the impact at the end of day after maybe you said the fund will be used for 20 years. How are you going to measure the impact, if at all, you have achieved what you intended? I think the second part have been asked by my colleague. I would love to hear if there is any process to make the information available to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll get a gentleman here.
Thank you very much. My name's Ochola Ayoga from Mtandao wa Elimu Tanzania. I just want to thank all the panelists for elaborate sharing of information. I have two small questions. One goes to doctor over there. I hope you are from TMA. And recently we had a serious water shortage in Dar es Salaam. And I also understand the next year we're going to be having census. And I'm told around in Dar es Salaam alone we could be 60 million people. And we are talking about data, climate change, disaster preparedness, and all these issues. And the water wars of last 2 weeks in Dar es Salaam, how does the authority forecast the challenges of climate change, especially when the population is also growing in a city like Dar es Salaam in the next 50 years? How are we going to contain the situation of water using the data that you have over the years? But also, I just want to pose a question to CRDB with reference to green financing. I hope that is the topic you covered very well. But here, your target beneficiaries are smallholders farmers who have the years, over 60 years since independence, have been excluded from the financial system. And now we are trying to bring them on board by supporting them with finances that could unlock the agricultural development in the country. I'm a little bit puzzled how that financing mechanism is going to work for people who are financially illiterate, have never been supported by the banks over the years, do not have the muscles to negotiate the interest. But again, at the same time, agriculture is not as simple as we might think about agriculture and farming as well. So what are the issues around this financing that is going to unlock the agricultural sector in this country, which is the backbone of our economy? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much on that. We don't have much of a time, so I'll take just one final question, and then we'll go to Dr. Hamad online. for a quick question and a response, and then we'll come back to our panelists. And maybe, I know this will come at the end of the session, and maybe we'll need more time to have such discussion. So, hosts, maybe we consider a follow-up session on this. Yes, Karibu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very interesting panel. My question is in regards to the climate change and gender. So it seems that the data that we have available is rather like either meteorological data or like data on a level that doesn't really necessarily disaggregate how the impact would be seen towards women. But following to what Dr. Ahmad was saying from Zanzibar, especially value chains that are engaged more women are more affected, but also thinking about just the water issue. If water becomes a scarcity and the traditional responsibilities of collecting of water in itself falls back to the woman, now does that mean we basically amplify that role again more and it becomes more of a challenge? So, and how far do we have climate or environmental data available to the level that we can actually say whether there is an effect more towards women or towards men, and how can that data support us to make better choices and decisions?
Thank you very much for raising that up. Before maybe I come back to the panelists here, Dr. Hamad, can you quickly share your question and maybe one additional in 2 minutes, if you can share what has been the Zanzibar Ministry of Blue Economy and Fishery initiative towards integrating digital technologies in the blue economy agenda. Thank you. Over to you. Yes, Dr. Hamad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Oh, good, fantastic. Thank you so much for such wonderful discussions. And I don't have really questions, but it's like I need to get the name of the report that my colleague has just said. I didn't get it clearly. He can just type on chat. And the second issue is how can we integrate to this wonderful platform of technologically innovations? Because like I said, in Zanzibar, we are really, really affected by climate change issues. And most of those affected are women and youth, because those are the most engaged in fisheries and tourism sector. And those are the two main sector that has been affected significantly by climate change issues. So the last issue that I would like to raise is that the blue economy is for improvement, if you like, of the ocean health. So it is important that this knowledge is now transferred full into the blue economy agenda. That's all I have from our side, but I would like to let you know that the Ministry of Blue Economy now has been engaged with the new department established because of this new blue economy agenda, and it is known e-government. So the e-government is trying to help us in this ICT perspective within the blue economy agenda, but it's still new as it is the blue economy ministry. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad, and if we can have a round of applause for him. Yes, quickly, we don't have much of a time, so yes, whenever you mention about finance, there are a lot of questions. So, Adaram Karibu.
Asante. To start with your question, or the joke that we started with, that CRDB was just being accredited for the sake of being accredited or to show off with their competitors. Yes, that has been an notion to many people. But to be honest, there are about 106 accredited entities to the Green Climate Fund, and you can find out that only very few accredited entities have submitted funding proposal to the GCF, because being accredited to the GCF itself they just wanted to be really accredited to the GCF. It's the world's largest fund, and accreditation there is like getting a visa to USA. You have been scrutinized already, so anybody else can give you a visa, right? So CRDB accreditation there was not just for the accreditation. That's why we only took less than a year to prepare funding proposal and submit to the GCF. In fact, it's something that is not really done sometimes. Many people take a lot of time or longer time to prepare funding proposal and submit it to the GCF. So your question and the other question, I can respond both questions by saying that we will make sure that in fact, GCF themselves, they will never allow you to misuse their fund. If you have you're going to implement, you need to implement the funding proposal as required. For example, the other day somebody asked if we can try to just make up something to make sure that we are just doing, yes, climate financing, but we do not have to follow what we have written. And what we have written in that funding proposal is that we are going to finance crop production. So we'll have to make sure that we are financing crop production. How are we going to do that? We are going to develop we call it Agriculture Resilience Adaptation Operating Manual. That manual will explain everything that is required, even the criteria that will be required for any borrower that will like to get a fund from the GCF. So the operating manual will be, okay, the manual itself cannot be shared because it's an internal document, but there will be brochures or every criteria that is required for anybody to get fund from from CRDB will be publicly shared. That's when we can assure you. And those are the things that we are doing now, and it will take a bit time to make sure that everything is in order. So that will be response for the two questions from you and the other guy. And for the question in regard to the smallholders farmers who were excluded to the system, how is it going to work? For the $100 million that we got approval from the GCF, only 70 million will be loan, concessional loan that we'll have to repay back. And since it's a very much concessional, the interest rate will be very much low compared to the market. And we also make sure that these farmers will get the very low interest rate. We will not have to put such margin that are put by commercial banks. So the other thing is that for the $30 million that is remaining, there will be three things that will help smallholder farmers. Number one, there will be a technical assistance of $10 million. That one will be for capacity building as well as policy interventions, because there are a lot of issues. Smallholder farmers do not have the security to pledge as collaterals. But we'll have to make sure that the police will be intervened to make sure that we can do something for the smallholder farmers to get loans without those documents that are required by medium and large farmers. And the capacity building will be extensive, because we will make sure that because it will not be a business as usual, and we will make sure that it is not a business as usual agriculture. It will be a climate adaptation agriculture. So there's a lot of knowledge that will be earned. I mean, a lot of people need knowledge on the climate adaptation, including the staff for CRDB and the farmers as well. And there will be another $10 million for the guarantee, whereby you know, because I said smallholder farmers are the people that do not have securities to pledge as collateral. So we will make sure that the guarantee goes to them smallholder farmers as a collateral for getting funds from the CRDB. So that will help for the bank, because it's a commercial bank, we are using depositors fund, but for this GCF money, because it's not depositors fund, we can make a guarantee for the smallholder farmers to make sure that they get funds from GCF. And the another one will be parametric insurance. This is a kind of insurance that will insure crop productions. This is new to the country, yes, but with the help from Dr. Changa here and the rest, because we get data from the offices and all that, then we'll have a parametric insurance that will cover the farmers as well on the crop production. So that's our plan for the smallholder farmers to be included in the financial system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have much time left. Can you have 3 minutes? 1.5. 1.5? Okay, for the last.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be very brief, the dominant features of changes in the climate system actually will be mostly characterized by extreme events, including drought and floods. And therefore, we need to learn how to live with drought. And in that regard, for instance, our country has prepared the National Climate Change Response Strategy that highlights how do we need to prepare ourselves to respond to various impact of climate change. So we need to learn to live with drought, because drought will be there, the frequency will be increasing, the intensity will be increasing. We have to learn to live with it.
Thank you.
And just to wind up the issue of, how do we address it? Of course, we need to undertake a concerted effort in environmental conservation, but also the National Climate Change Strategy highlight the need for rainwater harvesting.
Yes, thank you very much. I know the rest of panelists will not get time to conclude their thought, but yes, for hosts, thank you very much for putting trust to this panel. I think they've done justice to the discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Hamad online. I think we definitely need a follow-up session to take the discussion forward. Yes, it has been a pleasure to moderate this session. As I mentioned, my name is Fazalisa from the Embassy of Ireland. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to all the panelists and the incredible moderator. May I please ask you to stand up so you can take a photo together? Dr. Hamad, I don't know if we can bring him up as well. Perhaps I can ask you to move closer to the screen so we can show that we were truly hybrid. Can we have Dr. Hamad on the screen? Oh, he's left already. There we go. Okay, so as he is doing that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying throughout session. Thank you for all the engaging questions. I do know time lapses when we're having such an engagement, but again, please feel free to put up your questions online. That is on our YouTube page and any social media page, and we will make sure that the questions get to whoever you would like to get an answer from. And we'll also make sure, Mr. Faisal, that the links that you shared will also get to the different audience that were in the room. We also have your contact information, so we'll make sure that you have that information as well. The next panel that will be happening in this room, we'll only have one panel from 11:45 to 1300 hours, 11:45 to 1300, and that will be taking place in this room. We're going to be going into education for the digital economy. An incredible panel. I can't wait. Education for the digital economy will be happening here. The workshop that's happening at Mzizima will keep going on, which is artificial intelligence ethics workshops for nonprofits. Unfortunately, that workshop is full already, so this is the session that we have going on, and our session will be chaired by none other than Nuria Mshare from Malala Fund. Karibu sana. A round of applause for Ms. Nuria Mshale from Malala Fund. Again, if you have any questions, please do keep sharing them online, and we will make sure that they get to the panelists. Ms. Nuria, karibu sana.
Habari za asubuhi wote. Karibuni kwenye session ya Digital Economy and Education, na kwa kuanza moja kwa moja ningependa kuwakaribisha our panelists, Dr. Erin Otaru kutoka Haki Elimu, Aidan kutoka Twaweza, karibu, dada Zaida kutoka Uwezo, na Christina Murimi kutoka Vodacom Foundation, kutoka Vodacom Tanzania. Wakati tukimsubiri Dr. Ellen, ningependa pia kumkaribisha our keynote speaker, Mr. Uchola kutoka Tanzania Education Network, ambaye atatuelezea in details the context of our conversation today about education and the digital economy and data issues. Karibu sana Uchola, and the floor is yours.
Microphone. Is it? Oh my goodness. You go? Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope it is still good morning in a digital room. I'm so privileged to be here today. My name's Ochola Oyoga. I work for Tanzania Education Network as a national coordinator. And the moment I had information of this conference happening here, I was so glad that it is high time we have started talking about data, but also talking about digital economy in response to our educational system. And just to start my conversation today, I have children going to school, and one of these days they have closed, and today they were going for a class party. And in the conversation, I had an opportunity to interrogate what is a class party and what is going to be done in the class party, what are the activities that are going to be shared in the class party. And this young girl had to narrate all these events, and she was so excited that she was going to a class party. But again, I asked, do you want a camera, a digital camera, to take with you in a class party? And here was the response. The teacher said we shouldn't bring any digital device at school today during our class party. And here we are talking about education and the digital economy. So let me just start by saying digital economy of any country requires the transformation and the change of many areas of society, including education, to say the least, and starting from school to the way up. And the development of science and technology, as far as we are all concerned, has led to the accumulation of huge amounts of information in various subject areas. But also the development of information technology has created availability and accessibility of information systems. So when we are talking about education in a digital economy, we need to sit back and relax and consider what about our education today Tanzanian education, especially 60 years after independence? Is there any transformation in education that has enhanced digital from a lower level of education to university level? And just for information, this year, the government of Tanzania is in the process of developing educational sector development plan for the next 5 years. And this is coming out of the educational sector analysis that has been done over the past 3 months. And we are talking about digital economy whereby the teaching, the learning, the environment through which our learners are absorbing material and acquiring knowledge need to reflect the changing nature of the globalization. I also have heard of recently through the High Excellency President trying to give us a wake-up call in terms of digital currency. Because when we're talking about education, and if our educational system has not even embraced a digital currency in the business, in the transaction, and I've heard a lot of people are currently making millions, and we are here with students in millions who are looking for a job, whereas there is an opportunity whereby they can engage through digital transaction, digital currency, and how our economy is absorbing that all. But again, I have understood that the digital economy has continued to transform global business. We were simply talking here about agriculture sector, and including even the small orders that we are discussing with the CRDB Bank. But how inclusive the entire population are in terms of understanding the digital economy that is transforming agriculture, fishing industry, education, mining, public sector, and the private sector in various ways. I understand in Tanzania, a little has been done in terms of accessibility, because we cannot talk about the digital economy if we cannot speak all about internet connectivity. We have a massive country from west to coast with over 20,000 basic schools, 20,000, and currently the government has geared towards building additional schools and so on and so forth. But again, if we are talking about digital economy in this particular country of Tanzania, how is our educational system even integrated in terms of internet connectivity? We all know where we are coming from. I'm coming from almost 1,600 kilometers from Dar es Salaam city. There are thousands of people who are not connected yet. I understand through TCRA, at least 47%. I know you people are digital people, you can correct statistics as well. At least 47% of the population are currently connected with mobile phones. They have access to mobile phones, but not all have access to these modern mobile phones to interact with, to know the climate changes, and so on and so forth. But again, the other thing that I just want to bring about is the educational reform from the basic level to university level. And how does our curriculum, the textbook, the teachers, the learning environment accommodate an aspect of digital economy, which is transforming the way people live, which transforms the way people think, which transforms the way people transport goods and services, and so on and so forth. We still have textbooks in the classroom. I understand we cannot get away from textbooks. But what about the digital libraries that would simply unlock the learning environment of the children and the learners? But again, the other thing is an aspect of teachers that we have. We cannot talk about digital and quality education if we do not sit back and relax and think about the teachers that we have. It will be a nightmare for this country to go into the digital economy and compete competitively if the teachers we still have in the classrooms do not embrace an aspect of digital, do not even have the skill set to operate a simple computer. So I think when we are talking education and the digital economy, it's a very, very critical subject because education is the bedrock of all other sectors. And we get it wrong from education. I hope that is also a digital thing working. And you can imagine how difficult it is even to control it. At most when you want to control that particular digital device. So if we do not embrace teaching and teachers who would be able to embrace digital technology in teaching and deliverance, I think everything else we have been discussing here, from day one to the last day, if we do not integrate it in educational system and educational sector of this country, we'll be left behind. And at least we have been left behind so far. Because I'm interacting with the university students over and over again, who do not have those skills. Because why would we have a population of university students today, many of them, including some of my kids, who cannot employ themselves, looking to be employed in a white-collar job? And we have a space here for digital economy. So let me just pause up right here. I'm told I have some few minutes, but I think a food for thought when we are going to listen about educational and the digital economy. We'll really need to reflect from the lower level. What our kids are attaining at lower basic level in terms of digital technology. I understand that there is ICT. We have ICT strategy in the country. That has not even worked. We have challenges, but how do we unlock these challenges? And it's my dire hope that through these sessions like this, would surely inform the government, the communities, the parents, and each one of us to understand that our economy is surely transforming. But it has to transform in accordance to what is on the technological changing of the global economy. So we know all for sure, last 5 years, it was a crime to trade online, to do Forex online, to do Bitcoin. I can read Bitcoin from one of the participants here. But at least when the government would be able to assess the risk, to understand, to incorporate these issues in the educational systems that we have, I think most of unemployed youths of Africa would be able to employ themselves. And that is where they could even create wealth and move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ochola. And as we proceed, I would like to welcome other panel member. He is from ExamNet, Moses Mbaga. We have heard a lot from Ochola, na vitu vingi sana vimekuja kichwani wakati tunavyoendelea kumsikiliza. But I have one question to nianze na mwalimu, Dada Zaida. Dada Zaida is also a teacher despite the fact that he's an executive director of Uwezo. So our education system, does it really prepare us for these emerging opportunities of digital economy, as Ochola has mentioned to us, na kama ambavyo tunafahamu wote kwa ujumla?
Asante sana kwa swali hili kwa mwalimu. Tena mwalimu wa zamani ambaye hata hayuko digitized. Nitatumia lugha zote kwa sababu tunaruhusiwa. So tunasema kwamba sekta yetu ya elimu na elimu ambayo tunawapatia watoto wa Tanzania ina mambo mengi, na serikali inajitahidi sana kwenda na mabadiliko mengi yanayotokea duniani. Lakini kwa kifupi tu niseme kwamba bado hatuwapatii watoto elimu kuendana na wakati, na nitaelezea zaidi kwenye mambo haya ya digital technology. Changamoto kubwa ambayo ipo ni kwanza kuna mafanikio kwamba kuna sera ya elimu ambayo inataja mambo ya digital technology, tuna curriculum ambazo zinazungumza kwamba watoto wafundishwe tehama. Tulikuwa tumewahi kuwa na somo la tehama. Lakini challenge ambayo imekuwa ikijitokeza, wanafundishwa theoretically, lakini practically vitu havipo. Nadhani mtakumbuka wale wa zamani, kuna yule mwalimu alikuwa anatokea kwenye kipindi cha Haki Elimu anasema bofya hapa. Wachache mliwahi kumuona. Kwa hiyo wao watoto wanasoma wanabofya kwenye picha ya kompyuta. Anaambiwa hii ni mouse, sijui atasema huyo ni panya, hii ni keyboard, lakini hawaioni. Kwa hiyo kuna hiyo challenge kwamba kumekuwa watoto wanafundishwa kwa nadharia lakini practically not, na kwa sababu hakuna facilities na infrastructure. Hakuna connectivity ya umeme kwenye maeneo mengi hasa vijijini, hakuna vifaa kama hizo mashine hizo za kompyuta, lakini unakuta pia kwamba hata walimu hawana hiyo knowledge, hawana hizo skills. Mwalimu mwenyewe hajui kutumia kompyuta. Kule teacher training hajafundishwa kule kwenye college kutumia hiyo teknolojia ya kwenda kufundisha watoto. Kwa hiyo lack of capacity among the teachers is also a challenge. Sasa how do you offer what you don't have? Kwa hiyo mwalimu hawezi kuwafundisha watoto kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe hana huo uwezo. Lakini pia kuna upungufu wa learning materials au vifaa. Kwa mfano wenzetu walioendelea utakuta siku hizi hata hadithi zimekuwa digitized. Watoto wanasikiliza hadithi, hawasomi kwenye kitabu lakini viko kwenye flash, ziko kwenye CD, watoto wanasikiliza na wanajifunza. Kwa hiyo hizo facilities pia unakuta kwamba sisi hatuna. Lakini changamoto nyingine ni ile political will. Our leaders, education practitioners really serious kwamba we want to go digital. And if they are serious, sasa tutaona mabadiliko kwenye sera, tutaona mabadiliko kwenye mitaala, tutaona mabadiliko kwenye ujengaji wa mitambo mbalimbali ambayo itawezesha umeme upatikane, lakini pia kupatikana kwa vifaa ambavyo vitasaidia mwalimu afundishe kwa dijitali, lakini pia na watoto waweze kujifunza. Nadhani tuliona changamoto wakati wa kipindi cha corona. Wazazi wakaambiwa watoto wamerudishwa nyumbani, wasaidieni. Wanawasaidiaje sasa? Shule za private wakajitahidi kutuma content online. Tuna watu kama Shule Direct wana apps nzuri, content online, but how many children were able to access? Kwa hiyo kuna issue ya marginalization, kuna issue ya inequality, kuna issues za equity katika swala zima la digitization of teaching and learning in our schools. Thank you.
Asante. Moja kwa moja ningependa kumuuliza kaka Aidan. Tumesikia changamoto ambazo zimezungumzwa na dada Zaida hapa na nyingi tunazifahamu. Na tunaamini kwamba zipo njia ambazo wenzetu wengine waliwahi kuzipitia na kuzifanya mpaka kufika hapo alipofika. Sasa swali langu linakuja kwako kwamba how are these digital technologies transforming education sector for inclusive education to support this digital economy in general? How do you think that can be done transformatively?
Maswali yako magumu. Wewe ndio huyo teacher. Nitajaribu na mimi kuchanganya lugha. Labda nitaje tu kwamba sisi kama Twaweza tumejitahidi kubuni solutions ambazo zinalenga masuala ya msingi kabisa ambayo dada Zaida hakuyataja pale. Swala la msingi ni je, watoto wetu wanajua kusoma na kuandika na kuhesabu? Kabla hata hujafika kwenye kubofya na kutumia mouse, je, wana uwezo wa kusoma, kuandika na kuhesabu? Na tafiti ambazo dada Zaida amebobea katika kuzifanya hizo zinaonyesha kwamba watoto wengi sana Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda na mataifa mengine hawajifunzi stadi za msingi zile KKK. Bila hizo kwa kweli itakuwa vigumu sana kutumia hizi zana za leo na kesho kuendesha maisha yako. Kwa hiyo sisi tumebuni mbinu za kidijitali kujaribu kuisaidia sekta ya elimu na walimu na haswa wakaguzi au wanaitwa sio wakaguzi tena, wanaitwaje kwa Kiswahili? Asante, wadhibiti ubora. Kiswahili kigumu jamani. Mimi nisema SQA. Wadhibiti ubora wa elimu kuweza kupima kama wale walimu ambao wanaenda kuwa tathmini wanafundisha ili watoto wapate stadi za msingi. Kwa tumebuni, lazima nimtaje kijana hayupo hapa, anaitwa Michael Kamukulu, ambaye amefanya kazi kubwa sana kubuni uwezo wa kutumia smartphone kwenda kuwatathmini, kuwaruhusu hao, kuwapa uwezo hao wadhibiti ubora kupima kama kweli darasa linaelewa kusoma, kuandika na kuhesabu. Kwa hiyo tuna hiyo software, ina app, wanaenda wanafanya sampling ya darasa pale, wanachukua watoto 10 au 20, wanawapima, je, unaweza kufanya hesabu hizi za kujumlisha au kutoa, kusoma hadithi, kuelewa, kujibu maswali. Baada ya hapo wanamwambia mwalimu, sikiliza, wanafunzi 5 kati ya 10 kwenye darasa lako lote hili hapa hawajui kusoma au wanajua. Hawa wanafunzi 7 kati ya 10 wana uwezo huu wa kusoma sentensi au kusoma maneno. Na hiyo inawasaidia wao kurudi kwa walimu hapo hapo baada ya kufanya tathmini hiyo, na kuambia kwamba hapa kuna changamoto, hapa unafanya vizuri, rekebisha ili tukirudi tena watoto wameweza kuinua viwango vyao vya hizo KKK. Kwa hiyo tunatumia sisi digital tools na data collection hiyo ili kuweza kusaidia serikali kupima kwa haraka na sio kusubiri mpaka unafanya mtihani wa darasa la 4 ndio hapo unajua I say hawa watu hawajui, lakini miaka 4 imeshapita. Sisi darasa la 1, la 2 na la 3 tuna uwezo wa kuwasaidia hawa SQAOs wadhibiti ubora kufanya hiyo kazi. Kwa hiyo nitamalizia kusema kwamba tumefanya piloting kwenye shule 47, lakini ni chache. Bwana Ochola amesema hapa ziko zaidi ya 20,000. Lakini tumeanza mwezi wa 7 kufanya hii piloting. Na walimu wenyewe wanaipenda. Nitoe tu nukuu za hawa SQAOs kwa Kiingereza. Now SQAOs get real data generated by the kipimo assessment test. Tumeita kipimo cha kujifunza KK. Get real data. Teachers cannot hide student weaknesses. Kwa sababu zamani walikuwa wanaenda wanamuuliza mwalimu, wangapi wanajua kusoma na kuandika? Mwalimu anasema wote. Lakini mdhibiti ubora hana uwezo wa kupima, wa kuhakikisha na kudhibitisha kwamba wote wanajua kusoma. Teachers are now providing real picture of data since they know how they are being audited. Kwa hiyo hii inasaidia, na tunaongea na serikali na TAMISEMI kuona kama watakuwa tayari, sio TAMISEMI tu, Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, kama watakuwa tayari kuchukua nyenzo hizi na solution hii kujaribu kuboresha elimu msingi kabisa na study za msingi, ili baadaye mwaka wa 4, wa 7, wa form 4, form 6 watu wetu wenzetu wa Tanzania wana uwezo huo wa kuzitumia hizi nyenzo za kidijitali bila matatizo.
Ningependa kurudi kwa Dr. Ellen kwa upande wa haki elimu. Ni vitu gani ambavyo mmekuwa mkivifanya ambavyo vinaendana na masuala ya kidijitali katika kuhakikisha kwamba tuna cover hii gap tunayozungumzia kwenye elimu?
Asante. Tayari mnajua natokea ding haki elimu. Kwa hiyo kwa kweli tulikuwa tunafanya kazi kubwa sana kwa miaka 20 tangu kuanzishwa kwa hili shirika kuhakikisha kwamba kitu cha kwanza tunahakikisha mtoto yoyote Mtanzania pasipo kujali umri wake, mradi anaingia katika elimu msingi, anapata elimu ambayo inastahili kupatikana kwa Tanzania. Elimu bora, elimu ambayo itamwezesha yule mtoto kuwa na uhuru wa kidemokrasia ndani ya mfumo wa elimu, lakini pia pale atakapohitimu masomo na aweze kujikimu kimaisha. Na elimu hiyo tulikuwa tunaendelea kuifuatilia, yani tangu kipindi kile hadi sasa, na tunakoelekea kitu kikubwa zaidi tunafanya advocacy, amani masuala yote ya uchechemuzi. Na ndio maana tumesikia mwenzetu hapa amesema kulikuwa na tangazo ambalo mwalimu anafundisha ubaoni na anaonyesha kwamba bofya hapa kwenye mchoro. Hiyo ni kuibua changamoto iliyokuwepo. Kwa hiyo kwa Haki Elimu kazi yetu kubwa zaidi, kitu cha kwanza ni kuibua changamoto zilizopo kwenye sekta ya elimu kwenye ngazi zote. Tunaangalia shuleni, tunaangalia upande wa walimu, tunaangalia upande wa mitaala, tunaangalia upande wa ufundishwaji, lugha inayotumika kufundisha na kujifunzia, na kote tunaona kuna changamoto. Na kwa binafsi nimeangalia nyuso zenu hapa, wengi ni vijana, majority, kama sisemi kila mtu. Hata sisi tuliokaa hapa kuna mzee, wote ni vijana. Na wote tunatumia teknolojia. Na nimependa kuangalia, naomba muangalie lile duara pale ukutani. Vitu vyote vilivyoandikwa pale vinakwenda na teknolojia, vinakwenda na mfumo wa dijitali. Na yote naanzia shuleni, tunapokwenda ngazi za shule, tukimaliza elimu msingi, tunakwenda vyuoni. Lakini tujiulize, tunaongea mitaala, tunaongea masuala ya kufundisha na kujifunza. Je, hata tukiletewa kwenye mtaala swala la dijitali au masuala ya tehama, yanakidhi mahitaji ya ulimwengu wa sasa? Kwa sababu mfumo wa dijitali na mfumo wote wa tehama lazima uendeane na sekta pia. Kwa hiyo haiwezi kuwa mfumo moja inafit kote. Lazima tuangalie na sekta ya ubunifu, sekta ya uzalishaji, sekta ya ukulima, twende kisekta, sekta ya kibenki, tuchanganue zaidi na twende kwenye sekta. Kwa hiyo tuweke pia mipaka ya mafunzo ya masuala ya tehama. Kwamba kuna kwenye elimu msingi basi tujifunze vitu kwa pamoja. Kama ni simu, kutumia teknolojia, kama ni kompyuta. Lakini tunapokwenda ngazi za juu kidogo, tuanze kupangua. Binafsi nimevaa gauni ni zao la kidijitali. Ni zao la kidijitali kwa sababu mchoro design nimetoa kwenye mfumo wa teknolojia kwingine kabisa, Afrika ya Magharibi, alafu nikachora mwenyewe. Lakini nikamrushia fundi atakaye darizi na kushona, yuko mkoa mwingine hakai Dar es Salaam. Unaona? Kwa hiyo tayari inaonyesha kwamba mfumo wa kidijitali unaweza kuhakikisha kwamba mtu anajiinua kiuchumi popote alipo, na ndio tunapolinki. Na ndio tunaposema sisi kama shirika la Haki Elimu tunasema hii elimu tunaipata iwe ya aina gani? Ni mradi elimu au elimu mradi? Kwa hiyo lazima tuangalie imemsaidia vipi. Huyu Mtanzania, Watanzania wawili wamenufaika kutokana na mfumo wa dijitali kunivalisha mimi gauni yangu niliyovaa leo. Kama mnaona, na watatu walikuwa ni transporter. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu ilibidi ailetee hapa nilipo. Kwa hiyo tayari tunaona kuna muhimu wa kujenga mfumo wa uchumi. Lakini pia tuangalie duniani tunakoelekea. Mfumo wa dijitali hata shuleni unatakiwa uendeane na masuala ya ajira mtu anapotoka kwenye mfumo wa elimu. Kuna vitu viwili, kuajiriwa na kujiajiri. Wengi tunasisitiza kujiajiri. Nani anakimbilia kujiajiri? Wengi wanakimbilia kuajiriwa. Na hata kama umejiajiri, lazima utakutana na mfumo ambao uko kwenye serikali ambao utakuwa unatumia kulipa kodi, kulipa mishahara. Sasa hivi tumeambiwa parking unalipa kwa mfumo wa dijitali, si ndio? Kuanzia tarehe 1 Disemba. Wangapi tunajua jinsi ya kutumia mfumo wa kulipa parking? Gari ukiacha mahali ukiegesha lazima ulipe. Ni mfumo wa kidijitali. Tulifundishwa shule? Hapana. Ghafla unaambiwa anza kutumia. Kwa hiyo tunatakiwa kutayarisha vitu hivyo kwenye mfumo wetu wa shule na tubadilike. Tunauliza walimu tutawapata wapi? Swali, na sisi Haki Elimu tunasema huu mfumo lazima uwe mzuri na uendeane na kukidhi mahitaji ya wanafunzi. Walimu wako wapi? Ni wangapi hapa walimu wa tehama? Tanzania hii na walimu wangapi wa tehama? Kwa hiyo tunatakiwa tuanze kuanzisha mchakato mzima wa kupeleka walimu bora wanaojua masuala yote ya teknolojia waingie kwenye mfumo wa ufundishaji, na sio mwalimu wa historia, jiografia, hesabu aanze kushika kalamu na kuangalia zile notes, takwimu hapa zinasemaje, alafu aanze kufundisha. Haiwezekani. Lazima tuangalie, na ndio tunaporudi kwenye swala la data, matumizi ya zile technology tunatumia sisi kutafuta takwimu na data. Ile data itusaidie kufafanua na kutafuta wapi zipo changamoto na jinsi ya kuzitatua, kwa sababu pasipo kufanya hivyo tutashindwa. Na mwisho naomba nihitimishe, kila kitu kinaanza kidogo kidogo. Tuanze kwa awamu ya kwanza, ya pili na ya tatu katika mkoa mmoja ama wilaya moja, na pale tunapopata mafanikio tuanze kwenda mbali zaidi, kwa sababu moja kwa moja kwenda kwa nchi nzima itakuwa ngumu. Na kitu cha kwanza, mtu yote ukimwambia tupeleke Tanzania nzima na kuambia haiwezekani, sina budget, na matokeo hatutakwenda kokote. Lakini tukiweka budget kwa ajili ya kuanza tu sehemu moja, alafu kuendelea kukuza kidogo kidogo kadri miaka inaenda, tutaweza, na hatimaye tutaiona Tanzania ambayo iko kidijitali. Asante.
Asante Dr. Ellen. Na uzuri ni kwamba leo tunao pia private sector ambao ni service deliverer, wanatupatia internet, na tuwezi kuzungumza digital economy, education in digital economy and data without speaking about internet. Tunao mwakilishi kutoka Vodacom. Tungependa atufafanulie na kutuelezea ni namna gani wao kama private sector wamekuwa wakijihusisha na haya masuala ya digital economy in education, na kama kuna changamoto gani wanazozipitia katika kuhakikisha kwamba wanajaribu kufanikisha hichi kitu, labda kuna vitu wanakutana navyo vya kimuundo, kimfumo au kwa aina yoyote ile, na wangependa pia kuvizungumzia leo. Karibu Christina.
Asante. Asante kwa swali lako zuri. Sisi kama Vodacom kupitia taasisi yetu ya Vodacom Tanzania Foundation tumekuwa pia tukishiriki kwenye sekta ya elimu in terms of trying to bring digital education to the learners. Na kabla tuja roll out mifumo yetu ya kidijitali ambayo inaitwa instant schools, ambayo sasa hivi tunaita ifahamu, tuliweza kwenda mpaka kule Moshi, tumeenda mashinani, we were trying to roll out the technology kule. Na changamoto ambazo tulikutana nazo ni nyingi tu ambazo mama alianza nazo. Kwanza shule nyingi hazina power. Maeneo ambayo tumeenda kule Tabora vijijini unakuta hamna internet, shule hazina computer. So unakuta walimu hawana uelewa wa kutumia even the digital tools that we provide. Na tukawa tuna partner kwa mfano na UCSAF kwa sehemu ambazo connectivity ni ndogo. Tukaingia partnership na UCSAF kupeleka computers, routers na hardware kwenye hizo shule. So changamoto tuliokutana nayo ni kwamba even when we provide the technology, even when we provide the hardware, when we provide the computers, we provide the routers, tunawatrain walimu, tunawatrain wanafunzi, we do like a whole 2 weeks activations. UCSAF wametupa connection, sisi tumeenda, tumeshirikiana, tumepeleka hardware. Unakuta kwamba walimu hawana skills. Even when we do give the skills, tukishaondoka tumewapa internet ya miezi mitatu. Ikiisha, the first thing they do is they start asking, can you give us more? So how much can we as a private sector provide internet to a school? So how are schools putting systems in place to ensure kwamba the schools are connected? Mmepeleka vifaa kama computer, baada ya miaka miwili vimeharibika. What kind of systems are the governments putting in place for this? Changamoto nyingine ambayo tunakutana nayo ni ambayo nimeshasema, digital literacy skills, especially kwa walimu. Huwezi ukamexpect mwalimu huyu ambaye haelewi kutumia internet kumfundisha mwanafunzi. I think hiyo ndo changamoto kubwa tunayokutana nayo. Na pia instant schools imekuwa ni system nzuri ambayo we've tried to get content there. Unajua, it's one thing to have a system, but it's another thing to have content that is relevant to our market. Unakuta tumeweka content pale ambazo mwanafunzi wa kawaida akiingia anaona hazimfai. So we've tried to work with our regulators, the Ministry of Education, TIE, to get this content about tunaweka pale iwe approved. And the process was tedious. It was a very, very long process. So how, even if we want to take education digitally, how is the government ready to accept us? How ready are they to give us this content to put it there? Now, in terms of making sure that it's inclusive, tume zero rate kabisa. Kwa mtumiaji wa simu wa Vodacom, unaweza ukatumia ifahamu without having a bundle. But then if you go there, what do you find there? And do you even know how to get there? So changamoto ni kama hizo. Asante.
Asante sana. Ningependa mic iende kwa Moses kutoka Examnet atuambie wao kama shirika wanafanya nini katika kukabiliana na hizi changamoto tunazozisikia kwenye masuala ya elimu upande wa kidijitali pamoja na data.
Asante. Sisi kama Examnet, we provide learning resources kwa wanafunzi. Na to us ni kwamba tunajaribu kuondoa ile adha mwanafunzi anaopitia kutafuta content mbalimbali from different places. Aende kutafuta labda tests kutoka somewhere else, aende kutafuta vitabu from somewhere else, aende kutafuta a tuition teacher from somewhere else. Kwa hiyo ana go through a lot of circumstances throughout the way ambazo zinamdemotivate. Kwa mfano hata mimi linidemotivate wakati niko primary kuendelea kujifunza zaidi. Kwa hiyo kwa kutumia Examnet tunajaribu kuondoa hizi adha zote na kumpa mwanafunzi access to learning resources zote ambazo anaweza kuzihitaji na kuwa nazo muda wowote. Now, this is how we briefly tackle this challenge. Lakini pia ukiongelea swala la walimu bado ni changamoto kama each of the panelists have ongelea, ni kwamba we first need to educate these teachers. Sababu kwa mfano sisi kama Examnet tuna walimu 10 ambao hawa walimu wanatunga mitihani yetu ambayo ipo available kwenye mfumo. Lakini the first time we met these teachers, walikuwa wote they are excellent teachers in terms of theoretical, kuandika kwenye karatasi. Lakini sasa because we are a digital platform now, we need them to input these questions inside the platform. Basi nikawatengenezea a small website kwamba nyie mkishatunga maswali yenu be it in a paper, transfer that into this simple form ambayo ni form tu ina gaps 50 ambazo mwalimu ata input yale maswali na majibu yake. Lakini you can't imagine how terrible the experience was. Because almost all of them walikuwa not computer literate, and we took like 2 weeks trying to explain to them how to simply do it, because it was just opening a web page, kuingiza zile data, kubonyeza submit. That was it. Lakini it was terrible. Lakini throughout the way tumegundua kwamba changamoto imeanzia mbali kwa sababu hata wao they can only use mobile phone because it's probably the only thing they use the most. Computers ni bado. Kwa hiyo ilikuja kama changamoto. Kwa hiyo I think kwamba sisi kama Examnet, yes, we are solving a problem by giving students access to learning resources, lakini bado changamoto ni kwa walimu, I believe, kwamba they still need more computer literacy. So if the educational stakeholders can tackle this challenge, nadhani wanafunzi wetu wanaweza ka thrive. Thank you.
Tumebakisha dakika chache, lakini kabla hatujahamia kwa upande wa audience, ningependa kuuliza swali moja. Dr. Helen ananiangalia, so direct nitaenda kwake. Nilitaka kufahamu, mimi nafanya kazi kwenye masuala ya gender pia. Nitaka kuelewa masuala ya gender tuna-encompass vipi kwenye education data na digital transformation, and how better can we do that kwenye elimu yetu Tanzania kuhakikisha kwamba wasichana na wao wanapata fursa sawa katika ushiriki wa digital economy.
Naomba nijibu swali kwa kofia mbili. Kofia ni mtu ambaye yuko sekta elimu, kama haki elimu, lakini pia mimi ni former lecturer, nimefundisha chuo na nikiangalia wengi kama naona wanafunzi wangu, lakini pia nitajibu kama mwanamke mjasiriamali ambaye ni katibu mstaafu ambaye ninafanya kazi na wanawake wajasiriamali. Kwa hiyo hapa kitu cha kwanza naitumia data kujibu swali. Data inaonyesha kwamba takriban robo ya wanawake au wasichana ya wale watu wote ambao wanapata access to digital platform, angalau robo ambao ndio wasichana, si ndio? Robo tu, wengine ni wavulana. Na katika hao robo wasichana, robo yao tu ndio wenye access. Kwa hiyo unaona jinsi wachache wanakuwa left behind. Hiyo ni la kwanza. La pili, tunaona kwa Afrika, wasichana wa Kiafrika wengi hawapati fursa kushika mtandao. Watoto wa kike hawana uwezo wa kupata platform, lakini pia kuna vitu zinaitwa mila na tamaduni ambazo zinasema mtoto wa kike nikikushikia, ukipata simu utaitumia kwa matumizi mabaya. Na hiyo tunasema kwenye sekta elimu lazima kila mtu awe ana haki ya kupokea simu. Lakini pia tusisahau watu wenye ulemavu. Tunawaweka wapi? Na wao wako katika vulnerable group, na wasichana ambao wako katika hiyo platform pia wanakosa. Tunapogusa swali la gender, tunasema watu wote, ni mahusiano kati ya wanawake, wanaume, jamii kwa ujumla. Na katika mahusiano lazima tuangalie mfumo wa dijitali unawagusa watu wote. Tunaona kwamba tayari nimesema wasichana ndio wachache sana wenye hiyo platform. Wenzetu wenye ulemavu ni kwamba hawana, na ndio wanahitaji zaidi, kwa sababu shule inamfuata yeye popote alipo kwa kutumia mfumo wa dijitali. Hahitaji yeye kuhangaika kwenda kutafuta elimu kilomita 7 kutembea, wakati elimu anaweza kupata pale alipo chumbani kwake, akapata material yote ya shule na akasoma na akafaidi. Lakini pili, tukimaliza mpande wa elimu, tuangalie masuala ya kiuchumi. Wale watu ambao wanakuwa katika mazingira magumu kufikika, au wenye ulemavu, au sababu moja au nyingine wanajikuta kijiografia wako mbali na masuala yote ya kupata malighafi kwa ajili ya kutengeneza bidhaa zao ili waweze kuziuza, kama mtu ambaye anapika, anashona, au ni mkulima ananunua mbegu. Lakini upande wa pili ni kupata masoko. Mfumo wote wa dijitali unamwezesha mtu kujiinua kiuchumi. Nakumbuka wakati miaka fulani shirika za maisha, sasa hivi tunaita Airtel, za maizo ilikuwa Celtel, ilikuwa imetoa mbinu ya kutoa mazao, bei ya mazao kwa simu. Kwa hiyo mtu aliyekuwa mwenye simu alikuwa anaweza kujua bei ya mazao ya siku hiyo inakuwa shilingi ngapi. Kwa hiyo mkulima popote alipo alikuwa na uwezo wa kushika simu yake kiganjani, ambayo haikuwa simu ya janja ya sasa hivi, ilikuwa ni simu ambayo tunaita simu tochi, si ndio? Na zile simu za mkononi za zamani. Alikuwa anaweza kwa mara moja kujua kahawa shilingi ngapi, mchele mpunga shilingi ngapi, na mahindi shilingi ngapi, na kuendelea kujua kwamba anauza kiasi gani siku hiyo. Kwa hiyo tunaona kwamba inasaidia watu waliokuwa katika pembezoni, watu wenye ulemavu, lakini pia katika mfumo mzima wa kujipatia kielimu. Nasisitiza kwa jamii. Tuna kitu, unajua sisi mara nyingi tunapoongea tunaongelea mfumo rasmi wa elimu, lakini hatuwezi kuacha mfumo ambao unaitwa sio rasmi, na hususan tukienda kwenye masuala ya mila na utamaduni. Dunia ya leo hapa tulipo, nyinyi, mimi na wewe, kuna baadhi ya watu ambao hawataki watu wengine washike mfumo dijitali kwa sababu moja au nyingine. Acha tu kwa watoto, hata mtu mzima. Kulikuwa na mkutano juzi na tulikuwa tunaangalia kwa nini wanawake hawapo katika mawasiliano ya kiteknolojia. Women representation is very minimum. We are not there, we are not represented. Why? Is it because we're afraid? Is it because we're not given the platform? Why? And in most cases, those are two reasons. We are not secure about ourselves, hatujiamini. Why? Because the traditional norms are putting down the other side, the other gender, and that is the female. If a female comes out in the digital platform, she speaks about herself, she speaks about her progress, she points out the challenges. The first thing will be is, why are you even out there? And instead of looking at what she's portraying, the issue is, who is she? And that's the reason kunakuwa na issue kwenye gender issues, including the spouses. Unakuta mtu anataka kutoa taarifa, mume anamwambia usitoe hiyo taarifa, mimi nimekukataza. So we see mfumo kandamizi unaanza katika ngazi ya familia, let alone katika ngazi zingine. Now, what we're doing at our place of work, where I work as Hakelimu, the first thing we say, equal opportunity. We're looking at equity. We're looking at availability. We're looking at transparency, not only from the beneficiary side, but also from the government and from the citizens. So we want to see the whole triangle, the beneficiary, the public sector, the government, but also the citizens. They're all responsible to make sure no one is left behind in the digital world. And it is there to make sure that every single person who has access to it is benefiting from it, is independent, especially girls. But we're also not leaving behind the boys, yeah? Because boys have their own issues, and if we leave them behind, we are losing quite a lot in the society. We need the boys to protect the girls. They are the ones who are either perpetrators or supporters, you see, and they're actually both. So we need them. And also we need the citizens to make decisions so that they can push for the agenda from the government to take action. They are the ones who provide the data that we're all using. If we're going to do the research now on the ground, it will be the people who will give us the answers. It will be the people who give us the response and the information. And they must be included. Therefore, they must be digitally knowledgeable. They must understand it. And the digital platform has to work for the people. Their voices have to be heard. And we need to adopt our technology to their needs. Only that way can we move our nation and become a digital transformed nation, and not just bring anything from anywhere in the world, dump it in Tanzania and say it will work. No, it will not. We have our cultural issues. We have our images. We have our personalities. And those are the things that we need to take into consideration when we're talking about gender digital utilization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ellen, for bringing us to the next phase of which tutapokea maswali kutoka kwenu. Just be brief. Utasema jina lako na swali lako linaenda kwa nani, na tutatumia muda mfupi kwa sababu tumebakiwa na dakika chache. Karibu.
Asante. Naitwa CPA Sandra Chogo au Mama Blockchain Tanzania. Okay, swali langu ni kwamba digital knowledge inaendana na passion. Kama mimi na passion sana ya blockchain, Bitcoin, kuanzia mwaka 2016. Je, tunawatumiaje watu wenye passion kwenye elimu? Kwa sababu ukienda kutoa knowledge kwenye elimu, unaanza kuulizwa vyeti, una masters, una PhD, while you have the knowledge. Lakini mimi hapa nafanya kazi kwa CAG, lakini previously nilikuwaga daktari wa binadamu. Katika kuchangia kwenye hii knowledge ya Bitcoin, blockchain na cryptocurrency, nimeandika kwanza kitabu cha Kiswahili, lakini pia ni speaker wa wahasibu Afrika kwenye haya maeneo. Kwa nini naongelea hivi vitu kwa wahasibu? Tukiangalia Bitcoin, tukiangalia cryptocurrency, inaharibu the financial system. Zinakuja hela ambazo zinatengenezwa na computers. Watu hawana knowledge, tunafanyaje? Kwa hiyo swali langu ni kwamba tunawatumiaje watu wenye passion kwenye elimu? Asante.
Asante. Kuna swali pale after kuja kwako.
Asante sana. Swali langu linakwenda kwa Moses. Ametueleza kuhusu ExamNet wanachokifanya, lakini hajatueleza imekuwaje mpaka amekuwa mtaalam katika masuala ya kidijitali. Umri wake, anasoma wapi, amesoma wapi, na nini ambacho anaweza akaisaidia Hakielimu, anaweza akaisaidia Uwezo, anaweza akawasaidia Vodacom, na vile vile anaweza akawasaidia Twaweza katika kutengeneza hizi tools za kidijitali. Asante.
Asante for a good marketing question kwa Moses. Hapa.
Asante sana. Mimi nitauliza maswali matatu lakini ataenda kwa watu tofauti. Nitaanza na Aidan. Nadhani you're very passionate about the language of the teaching language. Na hii imekuwa ni discussion kubwa sana. How do you see that na data ambazo twaweza mmezipata, how are they in like what is the reality on the ground? Wanafunzi wanaelewa wakifundishwa kwa Kiingereza au wakifundishwa kwa Kiswahili? Na going forward now, how do you see that changing? And then I have another one for Vodacom and Examnet. When you are creating these solutions, these are educational solutions. So one of the things is, are you guys working together or are you working in silos trying to create, like one product that is trying to solve the same problem? Or you are integrating your solutions together to realize one product? But another thing is, till when are these products going to be, making money for be able to self-sustain themselves? Not necessarily just making money or profit, but moving from just being CSR projects to projects that are actually making money, because as Examnet said, they are providing solution to students. And we know that solutions are things that can be sold and bought. So how about that? Till when are we going to be seeing these transformed into business and proper business? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cecilia. I have a small comment. It's not a question. So from my observation, I have seen something really powerful from just the panelist. We have someone who's really passionate about technology. We have someone who's working in the government and has all the data that is needed to solve this big problem that we have. We have a teacher that is experienced. We have Vodacom that can provide us internet. How can we use all this resource that we have right here to solve a problem?
Asante. Asante. I have a comment. My name is Pamela and I am a lecturer from the Institute of Accountancy, Arusha. So whenever I come across such discussions, zinakuwa a little bit confusing kwangu kwa sababu ya kile ninacho experience na wanafunzi wangu wa chuo cha wasibu Arusha. My comment is, cha kwanza naona problem iko kwenye, yes, tuna shida ya awareness, lakini pia tuna shida ya mindset. Na hii naweza nikatolea mfano mfupi sana. Kwa mfano, tumewahi kuona mahali wanatangaza kozi ya kutumia WhatsApp? Kwamba kuna, au Instagram, come I train you how to use it. So why is everybody comfortable with Instagram and WhatsApp, but when we come to using a computer, we are asking all these questions? Lakini pia, kitu kingine ni the importance of the digital technology. To me, digital technology is a language just like any other language. Yani the way we are talking about English, the way you are talking about Swahili, digital is now a new language. So for me, ninaona kuna umuhimu sana wa kila moja kuelewa the importance of digital technology, of which I think we don't amplify it much. Wengi hawajui the importance. Lakini pia tunakuja katika schooling system. I know we have the curriculum for ICT, which has been there for years. Mimi toka niko Form 5 and 6 it was there, and to date it is there. Lakini computer kwenye secondary schools is optional. And I think that is also one of the challenge. Kwa sababu unapoiweka optional, nimewahi kukutana na mwanafunzi, namuuliza unasoma shuleni kwani kuna computer unasoma? Na ananiambia hapana. Nikamwambia kwa nini? Akaniambia mwalimu aliniambia computer haina kazi. And I was like, oh my God, what is this? Sasa ile kuwa optional pia inafanya, I'm sorry to say this, lakini inafanya pia tunakuwa hatuko very serious in making sure we have the resources, in making sure we have the teachers and all around that. Na pia I'm giving an example of the students I have. Mimi napenda sana kufundisha basic computer applications, maybe it comes with the personality, lakini ninakuwa na darasa la wanafunzi ambao ni mchanganyiko. Kuna mmoja ametoka English media, kuna mwingine ametoka Swahili media, and here is someone trying to hold a mouse and someone who knows how to do programming, and I have them in the same room. So it is a confusion. Na hapa huyu mwanafunzi wa chuo, he or she is exposed to the technologies there, lakini huyu atamaliza chuo anatafuta kazi na hajui kutumia kompyuta kwa sababu somo la Madam Pamela ilikuwa ni it was not the core. Mimi I'm studying accounts, why should I learn IT? IT is for the people of IT. So I think there are a lot of challenges around it. I don't know if I asked the questions or I gave comments, I don't know.
Asante, tutaenda kuyajibu maswali, tutaanzia kwa examiner afu tutamalizia kule.
I think naweza nikaanza na swali la Mr. Agapiti regarding personal background. I'm 15. Yes, I'm very young. I've been doing software programming since I was 11. Kwa hiyo it's something I'm very passionate about. Na pia I'm a tech enthusiast. Kwa hiyo tangu mdogo, I was a very curious kid on technological stuff. I used to get toys, alafu midday nilikuwa nazivunja, and then try to rebuild it. Alafu nilikuwa nashindwa, then I start screaming. Kwa hiyo it was a very tough childhood. Lakini how I came up with the idea of ExamNet is that back in 2019, wakati tunakaribia mitihani yetu ya darasa la 7, niligundua kwamba tulikuwa hatuna enough learning resources kutusaidia kukuza elimu yetu na knowledge yetu ili kutuandaa na ule mtihani. Kwa hiyo it was stressful kwa sababu tulikuwa tuna approach second biggest exam in academics. Kwa hiyo it was very stressful. Na given that tayari nilikuwa na hii knowledge of software programming, I decided why not create a platform ambayo itasaidia wanafunzi collaborate na kuweza kugain access na learning resources. Na pia I had nothing better to do, kwa hiyo it was an added value. Nikija kwenye swali la pili, nadhani niliulizwa pale kuhusu how us ExamNet and Vodacom are cooperating, is that sasa hivi ExamNet is an online platform. Lakini ukiangalia kwamba most of the students in government schools hawana access to internet. Kwa hiyo we are planning not only Vodacom but also other telecoms to find a way on how our platform can be accessible without internet access. Ili kwa wanafunzi wote hata wa government schools ambao hawana access to internet na hata smartphone waweze ku-access mfumo wetu. Kwa hiyo I think that's how telecoms can come in. Now your second question ilikuwa upande wa how do we turn these into businesses? Actually, ExamNet is already a business, although we haven't started generating sababu tuna integrate form of payments that will be active kuanzia mwaka kesho. So potentially from next year we'll start generating some revenue. I think swala la tatu niwaachie panelists wengine watajibu regarding how we can all combine forces.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Asante sana Moses. Wow, that was so inspiring. 15 years. So I think most of my panelists, maybe except of Christina, all this nadabidi waamkie shikamoo kubwa. Umri wao inawezekana kama mara 3, 4. Yeah, kuna kule nyuma, when I'm looking back I see one of my brothers is also here. Na yeye ana mtoto almost kama wewe. I think he will also be inspired kuona how young kids can take up these new challenges and competition na kuingia kwenye global markets. So I think we really need to invest in such kids. Ili na sisi wa Tanzania baadaye tuwe proud kuona kama na sisi tuko same, and this doesn't come, lakini by conversation kama hizi you can all see that it's possible, yeah? Karibu Chola.
Asante Nuria. I'm really thankful for how do we use people with skills, passionate, kwenye digital technology and in any other discipline. The first thing, we need to know them. We need to know them and what they offer, because it's one thing to have these expertise and experience, and especially in this kwenye hii platform ya digital, I think we are lagging behind, very, very far lagging behind, because I'm looking at some of the places like, I don't want to use an example of Nigeria so that you don't connotate it with anything wrong. I'm looking at the places like Nigeria, like Kenya, like South Africa and elsewhere in terms of digital comparative advantage na sisi wa Tanzania. Sababu ukienda South Africa kuna so many causes. People are offering causes that digital, bitcoins, cryptocurrency, whatever the case. And people could be able to trade, to engage, to sell, to buy, and to do business and become millionaires. Sasa nadhani at least today I've seen you physically. I've seen you in several groups, especially while you were heading to Arusha. Was it in Arusha? Yes, I thought I would attend that particular conference, but I couldn't. Na kingine with TENMET, we have an international quality educational conference next year. We shall invite you to come and deliver some of the issues that we think would be relevant to the conference. And this conference brings over 200 to 300 people across the globe. So I think it's an opportunity that we can also engage. But do we know these people who can really share knowledge, either pro bono, for free, or they can share by engagement and contract so that we can access and use their expertise to unlock this particular discipline? And I think, Tanzania is a youthful country. Now, ukiangalia kwenye population, almost we have around 15 to 17 youths who are going to school currently as we speak, 17 million. Unapoangalia a country of 60 million people, now you have around 20 learners, 20 million people learning either in the basic level, secondary level, tertiary level, college levels, and university. So you're talking about 1/3 of the population ambao wako kwenye mfumo wa elimu, either ni watu wazima, whatever the case, lakini it is almost 1/3 of the population. Lakini how many of them who have unlocked this particular discipline of digital technology? There are not many. We still have a lot of sociologists, politicians, and so on and so forth. I'm not saying those disciplines are not bad, but they need to reform them to match the needs of the today's economy. Hata kama unasoma political science, lazima reflect your digital. Sio biashara ya wajumbe wanasemaje. Hata kama unasoma Chinese, it has to reflect that is the way the world is heading. Sasa ukiwa tuna theory ya what you are studying at the college level, that is the reason by the end you have completed your university, unajikuta you are obsolete. Umemaliza jana and your degree is obsolete. Sasa nadhani if we identify people like you, especially with the institution I'm working with, we would be more than happy to collaborate. And by the time we are done here, please hand me your business card. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Naomba nijumuishe majibu because they are interlinked. The issue of schooling system, the curriculum, we're talking about issue of having one computer. The issue of computer is an optional subject, but also at the same time, people are kind of not really into studying computer, but they're more inclined to use digital media, WhatsApp, Instagram, and such. Although those are important for business and social networking, lakini turudi pia, both those questions niunganisha na culture, because it also comes as our mindset. And I spoke about it earlier. Our mindset is driven by our society, by our culture. How you are brought up, that's how your mindset will be. Garbage in, garbage out. So if you have been fed garbage since the day you are born, don't expect to become a flower. One will become a garbage still. Yeah? Depends how that person was brought up. And that mindset is pushing us back. So when we're looking at the issues of teachers, it's because our education system is not preparing the IT knowledgeable teachers. Who is a teacher? Let's start and look at the question, how are teachers becoming teachers? Nadhani wote hapa tumesoma, sio? Angalau darasa la 7 tumemaliza, sio? Wengi tumeenda chuo kikuu, right? Alafu those who could not make it to chuo kikuu, those who did not get division 1 and 2, where do they go? Teachers college. Sindio? So until the time, and that is to answer even the question number 1, where are the talented, eh? Where are the talents? Let us change our system of recruiting teachers. Can we have talented people becoming a teacher? Can we have that? Yeah? Let us look at the person. If a student passes with A+ grades in technology, in mathematics, in physics, in science subjects, can they become the teachers of that subject? A failure cannot teach an A student and expect the A student become successful person and getting those marks. That is number 1. So I combine those answers of talent, mindset, and shortage of teachers because they are not there. So definitely we cannot have classes, yeah, that are required in our schools with the number of classes for computer. Computer ina become optional kwa sababu mwalimu ni optional vile vile. Sijui mnanielewa? Uhaba wa mwalimu shule hawezi kukuambia mwalimu hayupo. Kwa hiyo lugha nyepesi ni kusema iwe optional badala kuwa wazi. Unaona? Kwa hiyo ni tatizo. Lakini pale narudi tena kwenye kusema language of instruction is another topic. Naomba ni kitu kirefu lakini kwa kifupi sana. KILIMU sisi sio shirika la serikali, sisi ni shirika lisilokuwa la kiserikali na tunaungana na wenzetu wote kwenye kuangalia swala la ufundishaji na ujifunzaji. That is language of learning. Unajua kwenye taaluma nasema language of instruction, but it's language of learning because instruction means you're just instructing, do that. But what about taking care of the learner, democratic inclusion? That's why we're talking about inclusivity. That's it, learning. And by the way, KILIMU is a member of TENMET, Mtandao wa Elimu. We are member. And together, all of us here, together, all panelists, together, we form a voice that is making a change in education in Tanzania. We cannot do that without you people here. And of course, without media. So that is how we together use the resources we have to change what we have for the better of the country, including the language of learning. Kwa sababu tunasema, mtu anaelewa kwa lugha ambayo anaiongea, ndio utapata kuelewa. And I'm an evidence, again, I will stand as an evidence. I'm a bilingual person. English language is my 3rd language, and I learned it when I was in class 4. And Kiswahili was in the beginning, and then in the end, again, I came back to it in class 4. So I learned in 2 languages. I was lucky enough to pursue my education in 2 languages. I started class 1 in Russian language, and by the time I started school, I already spoke the language. Then I learned Kiswahili and English as I came to Tanzania, and I continued my education in Kiswahili primary school. But I heard what Ochola said here, jifunza na wewe mwenyewe, jiongeze. I came to primary school in Kiswahili, I knew nothing. I didn't know Kiswahili, and the teacher, class 4, the teacher was teaching geography and siasa in Kiswahili. I understand nothing. So I had another teacher teaching me ma, ba, ka, da, parallel. And I was in class 4. By the time I joined Form 1, I understood everything the teachers were teaching in English in Form 1. You know why? Because I read English books. Are we together? English was a subject. And I did not go to bed without reading a book. You just name Mills and Boone, Agatha Christie, I don't know, Archie, all of those things. I read them. Tintin, mangapi meona Tintin, the comics. Hey, nimesoma zote hizo primary school. So, James Hadley Chase, mnazikuta secondary, mimi nimesoma primary. Kwa hiyo, I learned the language. And that is how I call for all Tanzanians. Don't wait for the teacher to teach you in class. Books are there. We have, better than books, we have technology. Use it. Learn. And go forward. Don't wait for the teacher who is a human being and has few hours to teach you something that you need to learn throughout your life. And better still, never forget. Once you graduate, unaenda kazini, unaanza kujiajiri au umeajiriwa, my friend, what you learned in school is in school. Reality is different. So how are you going to learn from the reality? If you have not built the culture of learning throughout the process, yeah? I have my PhD, which I gained 22 years ago. But today, is it relevant if I'm not upgrading myself? The answer is it's not relevant. It's just a paper, right? Unless I upgrade myself, I become relevant. So I call for every Tanzanian, don't wait for the school teacher who is not there to teach you something that you need to know anyway. Jiongeze, jifunza, tumia muda wako, pocket money yako, sitafute nguo, kitambaa, lipstick, wigi, sijui shati, achana nazo, zitakuja. Tafuta kujiongeza kielimu. Mi paka leo na vitabu niko darasa la 5. I have bookshelves. That's evidence. And I call for every boy and girl in this country. You can do it. Unaweza. Mimi nimeweza, wewe unaweza.
Asante sana. Karibu Aida. Yeah, we have few minutes left.
Naomba nishindilie hapo. Na hapa nitatoa data na evidence. Nimetweet kama mnaenda #data_tamasha 2021, kuna kitu nimetweet sasa hivi. Lakini nimepata research ambayo imekuwa published tarehe 1 mwezi huu tu wa Center for Global Development. Tulikuwa nao jana. It's a shocking thing, but inasemaje? Kwa wale ambao mnadhani kwamba mfumo wetu wa elimu umetungwa ili kutufundisha sisi chochote. Semaje? Officials do not see basic literacy as the core purpose of school systems. These are officials in 35 countries, Tanzania included, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Malawi also included. Officials in 35 countries who are running our education systems, their number one priority, do you know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. Figure number 2. They prefer to create dutiful citizens, obedient citizens, a population of obedient people. That is their primary objective. The second one, maybe if you pass secondary school, because if you pass secondary school, you can understand how to vote for the right party. The third objective may be foundational literacy and numeracy. Kazi ambazo wanafanya 10met. This is not Aiden Yakuza saying this. This is the Center for Global Development, which is a study of 35 countries' education managers. They want you to be dutiful citizens. Ndio maana nashindilia, umemwona Moses hapo. He is a very naughty man. Because he breaks toys, and he puts them back together again, and he learns, and at 15 he's coding. That is not the objective of our education system. It's not to create Moseses. It's to create dutiful. Are you a dutiful citizen? That's why Dr. hapa anachosema, yani ni swala la msingi kabisa. Tujifunze jinsi ya kujifunza. Kwa sababu hatutafundishwa zile stadi za msingi za kutuwezesha kuingia kwenye uchumi wa kidijitali tukitegemea serikali. Na sisemi ya Tanzania, the whole world, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, they don't want creative people who cause all sorts of trouble, like Moses does. They want us to obey orders, follow orders, to do what they tell and they want us to do. Kwa hiyo kwenye uchumi wa kidijitali ni mfumo ambao utaturuhusu, unatuwezesha, unatupa uhuru wa kufanya yale ambayo anafanya Moses, anafanya, because the books are online, the videos are online, everything. You just find a way to buy that bundle. And by the way, we spend more money on bundle than on water and Coca-Cola. Don't we? Yeah. They're competing with water and Coca-Cola, not with Tigo and Halotel, but with Coca-Cola and Dasani. That's what they're worried about. So we actually are expanding. We're seeing the value in learning for ourselves. So let's use the digital mifumo. Tusiwalaumu wao kwamba mbona hamtufundishi tehama. That's not their job. Remember what their job is? Dutiful? Don't be a dutiful citizen.
Asante Aidan. Tunamalizia kwa dada Zaida, then kwa Christina, then we will be done.
Asante. Nitagusa swali moja ambalo lilitoka kwa participant. Alikuwa anauliza kama kujifunza masuala ya digital technology inaendana pia na changamoto za kujifunza lugha zingine, au kwa mfano Kiingereza au Kiswahili. So I just want to give the reality from the research and from the data kwamba hali sio nzuri kama wengine ambao wamezungumza. Uwezo Tanzania kwa mfano tumebobea sana kwenye tafiti za kupima uwezo wa watoto katika kujifunza kusoma, kufanya hesabati karibia miaka 10 tulipokuwa twaweza na Mr. Aiden, na tunaendelea kufanya hiyo kazi. Kwa mfano kwenye report ambayo tulitoa mwaka 2019, 15% tu ya watoto wa darasa la 3 waliweza kusoma hadithi rahisi ya kiwango cha darasa la 2. Lakini waliomaliza darasa la 7, 47% tu waliweza kusoma hadithi rahisi ya darasa la 2 kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, na ukizingatia kwamba wakienda sekondari Kiingereza ndo lugha inatumika kufundisha watoto. Na Dr. Ellen amepambanua kwamba kuna lugha ya kujifunza na ya kufundishia, lakini the language of instruction in secondary school is English. Kwa hiyo it is very important to really focus on building the foundational skills of these children in numeracy and literacy, kwa sababu zinamjengea msingi wa kujifunza vitu vingine zaidi, hasa tunapoingia kwenye digital literacy. Lakini kama watoto watakuwa hawajui hata kusoma kwa Kiswahili, wanaongea Kiswahili nyumbani, lakini akifika shuleni haelewi hata mwalimu anavyomfundisha, hawezi kusoma, bado tutakuwa tuna changamoto ya kubaki nyuma. Another thing I want to address ni issue ya Madam Doctor, Madam Mhasibu. Anasema kuna watu wana passion, kuna role models. How are they involved? Kuweza kuwa motivate vijana waone kwamba ni vizuri kujifunza mambo haya ya teknolojia. Nilikuwa Zanzibar mwaka huu mwezi wa 9, tulikuwa tuna mjadala mkubwa watu wa elimu katika kupitia mitaala, curriculum review. And one of the area where I made my comment, nilisema kwamba mtaala lazima uruhusu walimu kushirikisha wataalamu mbalimbali katika maeneo mengine ambao sio walimu, but they can be invited to come to school. Kwa mfano kama wanazungumza masuala ya biashara, wawaite wakinamo, wawaite wawakilishi wa Baharesa, waweze kuwapa watoto motivation kwamba they can do something. Kwenye masuala ya tehama, waite watu ambao wana ujuzi huo. Kama ni fishing kule Mwanza, wako kwenye lake zone, waite wavuvi waliofanikiwa, waweze kutumika kama role model, kuwapa watoto motivation ya kupenda kujifunza vitu kama hivi. Lakini mwisho nataka niseme tu kwamba katika huu mjadala wa data Tamasha, data ni kitu muhimu sana, lakini tuna limitation ya data katika masuala ambayo tunayazungumza. Nuria ameuliza kuhusu gender and inclusiveness, but we really need to have data which can inform policy makers on the gaps and challenges. Kwa mfano kama tuna disaggregated data alizozungumza Dr. Ellen kwamba ni wanawake wangapi wanaweza kuaccess technology, hali iko vipi, then it can influence policy change, it can influence response of the policy makers in the budgeting for education sector. Kwa mfano tunasema hatuna computer shule, lakini do we really have comprehensive data all over the country ambayo ita-inform kwenye hizo gaps na kuweza kushinikiza sera zibadilishwe, curriculum zibadilishwe, ili tuweze kuwekewa vitu ambavyo vitakuwa na manufaa na tija kwa kizazi hiki, haswa tunapoelekea kwenye hiyo digital economy ambayo tumeonekana kwamba hata
ajira zitakuwa haziendani na huu mfumo wa sasa. Ajira zitabadilika because there's a need, high need of new skills, high need of adaptability, resilience to the new situation. Sasa kama hivyo vyote hatutakuwa na takwimu zinazoonyesha kwamba Tanzania ni wanafunzi wangapi huko kijijini wanaweza waka access internet, ni wazazi wangapi wana uwezo wa kupata hiyo simu janja ya kupata hizo content, au ni maeneo mangapi yana electricity connectivity. Huwezi uka convince policy makers without evidence. So for me, I think data is really very important, and we need to encourage non-state actors to take action and involve in data generation, kwa sababu tunaelezwa mara nyingi kwamba the government generated data systems is still lacking capacity to generate enough data ambayo iko required to inform the planning process and decision making process. Asante sana.
So nitajibu maswali yako kwa wakati mmoja. So as Vodacom tuna mifumo miwili. One is Ifahamu, ambayo ni kupitia taasisi yetu ya Vodacom Tanzania Foundation. It's a non-profit, so we're not looking to generate any income. And on that system, you can find free content ambayo tunaiweka pale. And we do welcome other players to come and put their content. Kwa mfano kipindi cha COVID, we were able to zero rate websites za universities. We were able to zero rate websites za kampuni taasisi kama Shule Direct. So we do welcome other players to come and partner with Vodacom Tanzania Foundation to ensure that this content is made available. Na content ya Ifahamu iko available in 3 ways. One, we can offer it through SMS. Another way is through the smartphones, and another way is through the computers. And all this is zero-rated for Vodacom Tanzania Foundation users. So we do welcome partners to come on board and work with us. Another way that we work to provide digital content is digital education is through our Vodacom business product called Connected Schools. So we have something we call a school in a box. So a school in a box is exactly what it says. It's a school in a box. We have tablets and computers. So all these tablets, mwalimu anaweza kawa na ile boxi ambalo lina tablet ambazo ana distribute darasani, and he can give out questions. He can he can assess the capability of the students. So we have that one for business, and we have Ifahamu, which is free. And how do we partner with other organizations to bring radical change in the education sector? Ni kwa mifumo kama hii, in platforms like this where we get to meet other actors, and even as we roll out Ifahamu, we do work with other players in the education sector. So I believe little by little we make progress. And just to add up one more thing, I believe we do collect a lot of data. Even us as Vodacom Tanzania Foundation, we do collect data. So my question is, how do we put this data in a centralized area where I don't have to go out and collect data, and I can just go to that place and there's data sharing. I can pick up that data and use it to inform my decision making and planning, instead of going out to collect data and another person has to go out and collect data. So I think this is a challenge for us. If we can have a centralized place where we can access data and use this data for planning and other engagements. Thank you.
Asante sana. This marks the end of our panel session and this conversation, but it also calls for another conversation to continue speaking about education and digital economy. So all those actors here, you have seen the need. People continue to have a lot of questions. There's need of people to be more included in such kind of issues, so that we can all be aware. Thank you so much for joining this session, and Kalila, you're welcome now.
Wow. All right, a massive, massive round of applause for the incredible panel and our incredible moderator. Can I ask you to stand together for a group photo? Hatujawahi kuchelewa for lunch, lakini hii session imekuwa ni nzito sana. Let's scoot over together. All right, as they're doing that, I'd like to let you know that it is now time for our afternoon meal. Lakini, as we're heading out, as we're heading over into the exhibition space, which is also the lunch space, I would like to request and to insist that you first go into the exhibitions before going for your lunch. So what the team is instructed to do is to lead you to the exhibition areas. We're going to make the lunch queues to 15 at a time. And so that means please wait to be ushered to the lunch line before going in, but start moving into the exhibition spaces first. There's a lot over there to be showcased, a lot to learn, a lot to keep engaging in. Also, as they keep taking these beautiful photos, pause. Wanatafuta mapozi mengine. I'd just like to remind you, kama mmepiga picha, you have incredible points that you've taken down. Please put them on your social media pages. Hashtag Data Tamasha 2021, hashtag Unboxing Data, hashtag Digital Economy at DLabTZ. We'd like to find you so we can also retweet and reshare your content. Aiden, we will find your tweets as well. Perfect. So please keep taking photos, keep engaging as much as possible. We are going to be back in this room at 13:55. So see you then. I will announce the next session, Skule. A round of applause for all of you, tafadhali.
Mwacha ujinga.
Weka slow song hapa.
Slow song sina.
I have a dream.
Sina slow songs mimi.
It's so
Nyimbo zangu zote
to sing.
zimechangamka.
Nyimbo gani imechangamka? Si una Spotify?
Nataka ni Spotify. Nimesahau kama nina wifi.
It's so to sing.
Ngoja mboga.
Mario.
Sina wimbo Mario.
Perfect.
Perfect. Uko wapi?
Microphone testing.
For me, darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead. Well, I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. Well, I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give. Flow, your heart is all I own, and in your
Hello? Dr. Theofrida? Theofrida? Hello? Habari za mchana, Theofrida Maginga? Miss Theofrida Maginga, habari za mchana, unanisikia?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm great.
All right, we're just about to start the session. I am checking to make sure that you can hear us and we can hear you. But at the same time, I'd just like to confirm that you can see the room. Can you see the room?
Oh, yeah, right now I can see the room.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we can see you too.
I'm here. Can you see me now?
We can see you on Zoom, but we have screens that need to project your image. We're just trying to sort that out right now. Just give us a minute.
No problem.
Just 1 minute.
All right.
Dr. Theofrida, Dr. Samani. Ms. Theofrida, would you like to project something at any point?
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
My screen, if I'll be working on.
You have slides?
Yeah.
How many?
Using some slides. So, or like 9 slides.
Okay, wonderful.
Can you see something from here?
Yes, we can see. Yes, we can see your slides. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. We can see your slides. They're projecting on screen. I just want to make sure they're projecting on both screens. Just another minute.
Oh, so I stopped sharing.
Ah, there you are. Lovely. We can see you too.
Yeah. So now you can see the screen. And
We can
you
see your projection, and we can see you too.
All right, perfect.
Just another minute to make sure everyone else can see you too. We will begin at exactly 14:10.
Okay, no problem.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Habari za mchana, how are you doing? How are you feeling? What you said and what you feel are two different things. How are you feeling? Are you ready to close off Data Tamasha 2021? With a bang. With a bang. Great. So we're going to start off the afternoon session in this room, and that's going to be Resilience Academy, Securing Urban Resilience Through Open Data, Tools, and Digital Skills of the Youth. This session is going to be led by an incredible moderator. I don't have to say much, but I will introduce her, and she will bring up her panel. As usual, please, if you're taking notes, take photos, put them online, tag at hashtag digital economy, hashtag data tamasha 2021, hashtag unboxing data. Make sure you engage as much as possible. Without further ado, actually, Bahati, would you allow me to do one thing with the audience before you come back up? All right, let's all stand up. Lunch, it was a heavy lunch, wasn't it? I'm looking for some smiles because watu mmekunja sana sura. Sasa tunaita panelists hapa wanakuja kudondosha manondo na watu mmewanunia kihivyo. Haiwezekani. We're going live. We're live on YouTube. Let's stretch out. Just flex back. Hands up, both hands, both hands. I just can't put both hands up because of the mic. All right, try to touch your knees. I'll be cruel if I tell you touch your toes. Just the knees. All right, what we're going to do now, so you're going to use your right hand and touch the back of your knee and your left hand and go up. So like that. I'm looking for sound effects. So, yes. The other side, let's go. All right, and then we're going to put your hands up, put our hands up, and then I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, and we're going to go. All ready? Okay, so that's cool. Okay, so let's go. Hands up like you mean it, Stretch. This is not like this. You know, when somebody asks you, have you showered, you do this. You don't do this. It's not half shower. It's full shower. Let's go. Hands up. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Now this time I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. Are you ready? Your means you're ready, right? Let's go. Up. 1, 2, 3. We are ready! All right. A big hand of applause to the moderator of the next session, Miss Bahati Joyce. Bahati, karibu sana. Makofi jamani.
Thank you so much, Kels. So karibu, welcome ladies and gentlemen to our first afternoon session in this room, which will be covered by the Resilience Academy, one of the arms under the Tanzanian Urban Resilience Program, which is a World Bank program. And today we'll be joined with 4 speakers who are here, and 1 speaker will be joining us via Zoom. So without further ado, I would like to welcome them to the panel here on the stage. We have Dr. Mercy Mbise, a senior lecturer from the University of Dar es Salaam. Karibu. We also have Amidius Kimaro, assistant lecturer from Ardhi University. We also have Masood Hamad, assistant lecturer from the State University of Zanzibar. Karibu sana. We have Theofrida Maginga joining us, assistant lecturer from Sokoine University. She's joining in via Zoom. All right, and we have a student who has been part of our resilience program. His name is a bit hard to pronounce, I'm so sorry. Remind me. Sanare. Yes, Sanare, karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. All right, so we have today 4 PowerPoint presentations from these wonderful academicians who will be talking about the Resilience Academy, looking at e-learning, data collection, and the impact that's being made there through the TERP program. So without further ado, I welcome the first presenter, and after we're done with all the presentations, we'll have a short panel discussion. So Dr. Mbise, karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see such smiling faces. I'll talk a little bit about Resilience Academy, or rather briefly, and then the details will be presented by my colleagues. Okay? Just a few seconds for the slides to come up. Okay, so while we wait for the slides, Resilience Academy is I would say is an educational service model that the World Bank and Tanzanian universities and the Finnish universities use to help the youth use and learn digital skills for data collection and geospatial data collection and also mapping, so that the youths can have innovative ideas for employing themselves or be able to be employed. So Resilience Academy has been running since 2018, and mostly it has involved students from 4 Tanzanian universities, and also they practice this during their industrial training session after the end of their academic year. We also deal with data collection and repository database called Climate Risk Database that my colleague Masood will talk about. But we also deal with generation of e-learning assets, e-learning materials that students also use and learn so that they can learn more and also apply in the data collection processes. Can you play the slides, please? Okay, thank you. So, focus of the Resilience Academy, as I said, is to train young people, like most of you here, to use digital skills, digital tools that are easily accessible, easily, cheaply available, like a simple mobile phone, open source software for data collection, and also to expose the students to different environments and different data collection environments so that they apply those skills in solving societal challenges. Another issue about the Resilience Academy is participatory mapping, where the students collect data from the local people. As we know, a local person knows or has information about the area, and they know the information much better than anyone else. So we use participatory mapping to collect data and feed that data or upload that data into the climate risk database. And the data may include a lot of things like urban planning or flood risk areas, waste management, and so on. So, as I said, Resilience Academy is like a service model or educational service model, and it includes 4 universities in Tanzania, University of Dar es Salaam, Ardhi University, State University of Zanzibar, and Sokoine, University of Agriculture, and then University of Turku in Finland. We also partner with University of Twente and Delft, University of Technology in the Netherlands. So it's been operational since 2018, and then it's been running until now. Okay, the mission, as I said, is basically to address Sustainable Development Goal 4 and 9, which deals with innovation and also climate risk issues. So the mission is basically to enable or to empower, to expose the young generation into digital data. So the young generation can use digital data to solve societal challenges. That is the main goal. And while doing that, the young or the youth, they gain innovative skills, because you don't just use data and store it, but you use innovative ideas to generate solutions that they can assist the challenges that are found in the society. So the strategy is to use open, affordable, and locally adaptable digital tools like mobile phones, open source software, as I said before. And then we use these tools and software to engage with the community, to collect data, to do mapping, and then you make the data widely accessible through the climate risk database. Next slide, please. So these are the services of the Resilience Academy. There's open digital data, that's the climate risk database. There's data collection and analysis that is partly done by students in the industrial training period. We take students during the industrial training period and they collect data and also learn. And this is part of their industrial training or practical training course that they do between 4 and 8 weeks. We also do digital micro works, which are it's like micro works that students or interested students can do collecting data, but they work online and they get at least some small income. So it's basically data collection digitally, and then they work online, and that's what we call digital micro tasking for data collection. We also do training on digital data and disaster risk management skills, and these are the digital assets materials that students use. We have different mini MOOCs that students can access openly and learn more about the climate risk issues. And of course, we do research and innovation. With all this data present, you cannot just keep it there. We also do research and innovation. We use in postgraduate students or even undergraduate students. Next. Okay, I won't talk much about the open digital data because my colleague will talk about it, but it's simply a climate risk database that is open access where all the collected data resided. Next. The second issue is data collection with students. As I explained, students go to the field, they interact with the community. Of course, we have supervisors from different clients. They train students, they manage students during this period of between 4 and 8 weeks. And so far, we've had a large number of students from the 4 universities that I mentioned, between 20 up to 200 students during the industrial training. So they go to the field, they learn, they get trained, and at the end, of course, it contributes to their degree programs. So that is a full course that students get. But then these students get much more experience, okay? If you take an IT student doing data collection, say in Msimbazi, or in a different area in Dar es Salaam, they now get the chance to apply their skills in the field, but then in a different domain, like climate change and geospatial technologies. So they gain experience, they get exposure, they gain soft skills like communication skills, teamwork, and so on. So that is the data collection with student interns. Again, next one. Digital micro tasking. These again are the small micro works that interested students do online. They collect data and get some small income. But basically it's data collection again with the clients, but they do it digitally and submit again to the climate risk database. Training data and disaster risk management skills. These are the digital assets materials that are deposited in a DigiCampus, where students, again, can access openly and learn more. And we also use these materials to train students, either in the existing courses or when they are doing their industrial training. So some of the themes that these online materials have open data for: resilience, flood resilience in a changing climate, mapping and earth observation for resilience. Okay, to finish with, the research part, I said, students, especially postgraduate students, they also conduct research on different areas, and they can use the research as part of their research programs as a master's students, but also work with different clients to innovate and to conduct more research. I think I'll let the rest of the colleagues continue in more detail with about Resilience Academy. Thank you very much for listening.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I know young people here were interested in hearing especially about on how they can make money with data collection. So we'll discuss more of that in the panel discussion at the end. Next, we have Amadeus coming from Other University, who will be talking about the industrial training program that Resilience Academy does.
Thank you, Bahati. Good afternoon, everyone. As my friend introduced me, I'm Amadeus Kimaro, assistant lecturer at the university, but at the same time, an internship coordinator for Resilience Academy, which I know for students, here is where the deal is. When you're going for IT as the requirement of your curriculum, I know curriculum for both 4 universities needs the students to go for industrial training after 2 semesters, right? And so Resilience Academy offers this opportunity for students to come from the university perspective, the learning and everything they did in class, come and get new knowledge, and also get to hear some of the knowledge on different technological issues. Thank you, my friend. So I'll be taking you on how Resilience Academy run the internship programs. First, I mean, we do the selection according to the students' interests. If you're student interested in learning new technology and new skills from Resilience Academy point of view, we recruit them, and then they get a chance to work upon in either their university or move on to the other university and get their courses. Next slide. So as I said, I mean, university needs students to get the practical knowledge of what they're learning. Imagine if you'll be learning only things in the curriculum, and then you move out and start working. I know our curriculum doesn't provide, I mean, the really technological advancement or technological issues that you can find them in the industries. Good example is, I mean, mobile data collection. Do we have any university curriculum that includes mobile data collection as the part of the training subjects? Yes or no? No, correct. But Resilience Academy offer an opportunity for you students, after you've done sort of narratives or sort of knowledge gaining from your university, you come and get the skills on different technological advancements like mobile data collection, and then you can apply it when you move to work. And we expose students to digital geospatial skills, that mean mapping. Correct? Thank you. We expose students to different digital geospatial skills, that mean mapping, and students are always mapping the community facilities or community things that are not mapped. A good example is when the Resilience Academy starts in 2018, we're having sort of outdated information on the map. We have different platform, open source, OSM. We have the outdated information, but Resilience Academy work to make sure that, okay, these information, they're updated and they can be used for decision making. So we collect risk data using students, and these data are flood-prone areas data, drain system, and those information, they're placed in climate risk database, as Dr. Mbise introduced you. Thank you. Next slide. So the goal of Resilience Academy, again, make sure that young and the current generation get these tools, knowledge, and skills to make sure that the problem or issues that are being facing the urban developments get addressed. And bear in your mind that we teach students on how to collect data, cleaning them, and analyze them, so that these decision makers might use this information to make sure that, okay, decisions are from real data. Thank you. Next slide. Some of the training that are being provided with Resilience Academy includes GIS training, community engagement, data collection tools, drone and innovation, thematic mapping, household survey, safe administration, data quality control, and metadata sharing. If you check them correct, some of the knowledge you might find on the curriculum, but on practical, you get them in Resilience Academy. Do we agree? I was impressed when I moved out and got to consultants somewhere, and then hearing a student that had complete SUA, was it SUA? Yes, SUA, if it's not UDism. And he was presenting and leads people on how to use mobile data collection, use them in decision making, and people were like, really? Are you a student who have just finished university and you know all these things? Yes, through Resilience Academy, you can know these things, and you can tackle this problem. You can help some of the decision makers that are on top there, just waiting, or they lack this knowledge, like, okay, the mobile can be used, mobile phones can be used for data collection. I mean, we know that at first, before the introduction of mobile data collection, people were, taking papers, questionnaires, hard copies, a bunch of them, moving them to the site. Make sure you do the analysis for 5,000 household. Have you ever done that? Sometimes, still now. Please, welcome. We have already completed some free version of students that they can create you a form that you can collect the 5,000 or 1,000 household survey and do quick analysis within 2 days, not 1 month. Tunaelewana hapo, eh? So this knowledge has been provided with Resilience Academy, and students are doing that. But right now, even professionals, they're getting these courses. But the initiatives was Resilience Academy. I myself, I moved out of university believing that if you need to do a project, you need to have a lot of questionnaires, a bunch of boxes, do analysis for tallying, and then after making tallying, you come to decision making. It takes you 1 month or more than that even to do analysis. But right now, you create a form, mobile phone, 3 days, you're done with collection, analysis is done, very simple, and you're moving to decision making. But you're also getting money. On Resilience Academy, we teach you the tools, knowledge, and skills, but we give you the incentives. Thank you. Next slide. So this is a good example of SUSA internship in 2019-2020. Check on the number of students, and then check on the number of amenities that have been mapped, the number of kilometers of roads that have been mapped, number of buildings, number of business, number of tourist features. So if you pull out your map for Zanzibar right now, you have the clear data, clear information. You don't need to, again, go and collect information that you need decision making. Example, the tourist map. You don't need to go and collect data again. You already have data that students have collected them, clean, and they're correct from the Resilience Academy journal. Thank you. Next slide. Boom. In the industrial training, first, we know that students are coming with this knowledge. Okay, we are going to move on to the projects, and then you go to the site and do data collection. But what we did, check on the stages. The slide? No, the other slide. Before that. No. Go back. Deal. Thank you. So we introduce first student to these application mobile apps that we have, and then we do the mapping exercise, the testing, and then we do data collection. After data collection, we make sure that the data that are being collected, we teach them on how they can do data cleaning. We know that if you collect data from the site, you might have some errors, right? And you need to clean them and make sure they're safe and clean so that you can move to data collection. If the house center or if a district council needs a map, needs a clean map and a clean information. So we teach them also on how to do quality assurance and map making so that these decision makers will just pick a map and then tells, okay, I need to see health centers that are maybe in bad condition, health centers that are populated with the community around. So just pop up the community number, buildings, and health center, you have your decision, clean and well mapped. Next. So some of the projects that have been done with Resilience Academy includes the flood history, drainage condition, and digitization of the footprints of some of the regions. Good example is right now we have to map the footprint for Dar es Salaam. It's there. Tanga, it's there. And some of the few regions, they're already mapped with footprints. But in Dar es Salaam, the project has put much of its effort in flood history. We have the River Msimbale data that shows each house that faced floods each year, at which extent, that even decision makers can be used. And these data have been been used, even the district, regions, and some local levels, they're using them to make decisions. If you go to Buguruni right now, if you asked about the floods, they'll show the map. The students have mapped. And so okay, this is Buguruni, this is area where it's flood to this extent. These are drains that passed here and there. It has problem here and there. So both of these have been mapped with Resilience Academy. And then the drainage condition. If you've done much of your exercise to make sure or try to check on the reason for flooding in Dar es Salaam, you will find that it's drain. And in there right now, we have the full map of the drain that shows the drain size, elevation, and everything. And even have the drainage model that shows where are the problems, where we can tackle the problems, and how the situation is when it floods. So lucky enough, we have this data that have been produced, and I produced with the students, but using the mobile data and their skills to make sure everything is correct, mapped. The other slide. The other project is soil mapping that has been done with a collection of soil samples around Dar es Salaam. And these samples, they're making identification of morphology of soil in the whole city. So if you need to do your soil analysis, you have your data. Everything set and clean. The tree cover and community narrative maps. The tree cover, we are mapping the green of the city. We are mapping where the tree is, the size, the canopy, and the height even of the tree. So we have all of this information that have been collected with students, the same as you, some of you, and they're used with the decision making. We have Morogoro also did that. Zanzibar did that also. So both of these projects have been done in both Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, and Morogoro. Thank you. And boom. Thank you for listening.
Give him a round of applause, please. Amadias, thank you so much. How many of us want to make some money as we study? Waongo. So the Resilience Academy is really giving us insight on, one, job opportunities for students, right, while they're in school, but also the last couple of days we've been learning about the importance of data, right? But we're not asking ourselves, who is collecting this data? How is it being collected? And this is what Resilience Academy is doing, really creating a troupe of young people, connecting them to job opportunities, and they're collecting the data that we've been saying is so important for us to have. So we will have one of our students who has benefited from this program to come and share about the skills he learned and his experience. But now we're going to talk about the climate risk database, which is really a database that has been collecting where all this collected data is being stored. We've talked about open digital data. So without further ado, I'll invite the next two presenters. And yes, we have one who's here physically and one who is online. So they're going to go together. So Masood and Theofrida, karibu sana.
As the previous speakers, they said about how they collect data, apart from Dr. Mbise, who said that about in general, what is the Resilience Academy. Now what we are doing is like, we are collecting data, and we are storing data, and we are going to see how we can access this data. That's how we are doing. It's not only about the way we are only collecting and putting inside the computers. Our Resilience Academy creates something called the Open Data Access. And I can say that I don't have a data about that, but it's like a first time sandbox for spatial data in Tanzania, where Resilience Academy is providing. So CRD is a climate risk database whereby 3-4 tasks we are doing there. The first one is to provide a Tanzania resilience urban data provided access, but the other things we are providing training materials. And this material is not only for accessing data, it's material for accessing data, but also material for collecting data, also material to how you can store data, and the other way, how you can do analysis through the data. So all of that, we are providing materials. The other things we are doing there is like, we have provided what is known as data management workflow. And this is the first time that we are by our Resilience Academy team, they decided how this data are following the principles. It's not like that everyone who can be able to upload data, then the data will be published and be accessed there. So there is like workflow whereby you upload the data, then once we upload the data, there's other people who are working with that data, we call that data managers, and then the data can be accessed to the other areas. But the other things, Resilience Academy through this CRD, they are providing training material for expertise. I mean, for the ones who want to know more or to be a TOT, I mean, to be a teacher of the training for others. So Resilience Academy, they're providing that also for that. And the other things is like Resilience Academy through CRD, they are providing data for research, especially for students who are doing masters and PhD and others, undergraduate students who are working with geospatial data. So everyone who wants to work with that, like raster data, other satellite type of data and vector data, they can get from theirs through Resilience Academy platform directly. So the Resilience Academy, what is the Resilience Academy? What the architecture behind it? Actually, I can say that through CRD, we are doing something like we are creating mappers, but we are creating data analysts. We are creating also developers. So I can explain here how the architecture of the geospatial data content management system we are using. It's developed by the content management system called the GeoNode. I think the next slide. We are using one called GeoNode, where it's a platform for management, publication of the geospatial data. The architecture of this is a web architecture, so we are using that one. We know that the client-server architecture, whereby we have the user interface, whereby we have some of the services they're working there. So we have a GeoNode platform which is built by a front-end called Django. So those who are doing Python, they can do through the Django. Then we have database server, and we have a backend server, we are using Java. So this is like a technology embedded together through services and communicate together through the CRD GeoNode. And all these materials, how you can start from the beginning of this to develop, to install and do everything, you can get from our Resilience Academy GeoNode site. So those who are interested to go, for the developers, GeoNode developers, geospatial data developers, they can access through theirs directly. That's also coming from the Resilience Academy. We have like 4 components from theirs. Our CRD, that's a customized platform for us. It's like we have layers, thematic maps, community, and resources. Community is like we have a different type of users, we have different type of people who are working with this data. So we are putting theirs, and now we are almost like 400 people who are using this platform around the world. Resources, all documents that I mentioned before, that the training material whereby you can access it through the open source technologies, QGIS and others, you can get from the resources. We have the thematic maps whereby you can create a map yourself, but also there's a map that's already created from there, so you can access from there. Then we have the layers. We have layers who are uploaded and published layers. We have layers that are uploaded but not yet published because we're waiting for some of that control to be done. Then that one you'll get from the CRD. Next. This kind of the data that you have. Right now we have 19 data set, but we have also 114 vector data set. These are already published, but we have others that are not yet published. So we have around 200 data that are available there from Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, Morogoro, I can say that that's all the data. Tang also, we have it. So those mentioned by industrial training material from there, all the data are collected, are put into the GeoNode, and people that can access it. And I can tell you that people from Tanzania right now, they are using it for the analysis. Also, people from USA, China, and other countries around the world, they're using from the platform direct. Next. These are 6 thematic maps that we have theirs. Then you can get from theirs. Next. Next. And this is the one that I mentioned you. Most of the GeoNodes, they don't have this kind of the data management process. So as a Resilience Academy, and because of the data, we have created this one, and we embedded through the GeoNode Direct. There's our CRD. Data producers, we have the data managers, and have the data users. So those who are collecting data, once they collect data, they upload in theirs. But before publishing that, we have the data managers who are working from our GeoNode. And these data managers are coming from these universities, I mean the aforementioned universities, and the other stakeholders with these data, like D-Lab also are part of it. Then we have the data users, all the people who want to use the data they can get from theirs. So at least for the first one, the second one, you need to access, you need to have access to it. But for the data users, you can access any data that is already published from the platform. Next. Our protocols are based on the resources that we have. There's this kind of the 40 document that we have there from the CRD. And this document is like a mini-MOOCs, whereby you can follow, like a practical training, you can follow from that one. Then the instruction of it, you can use it for your data analysis. You can use it for the maybe training material. You can use it for the exercise that you are giving from there. So it's like a practically oriented, whereby anyone can take it and doing from these computers or machines. The impact of the CRD, actually, these are kind of the 10 number of students they are accessing data for the research. At least I can say that. Then many people, like 200, have already get the skills based on the document that we have there. Yes. And these are data that we have from our platform. But the other things that Resilience Academy they did for the back 2 years, we are doing someone called the Data Visualization Challenge. It's like a challenge for 4 Tanzanian universities. In this competition coming from Zanzibar and Tanzania mainland also. So the 3 of us from Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar University, they are doing like a challenge, and they are providing a very good decision platform for this kind of the data that we have from theirs. So 2019, 2020, we maybe the next year we have it also. Then we have the data managers who are working with data. And these data managers are not like data managers, it's like people who have already, they have get skills how to do this kind of data manager. It's not like someone say that I'm data manager. No, you need to get your skills. And this have done also through the CRD platform and Resilience Academy. We have provided more than 20 training material from theirs and developed the industrial training, but also we have provided a training for those who want to develop this kind of platform. So you can get theirs and people, they can start to develop this kind of CRD. Next. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one of our presenters who's joining in online through Frida. I will ask the remaining 2 presenters to be mindful of time so that we can have the panel discussion at the end. So if we could have the Zoom link up.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you can hear me and you can also see my screen. As I've been introduced, I'm Teofrida Magiga from Sokoine University of Agriculture, and what I'm going to talk about is the data-related e-learning training materials that the Resilience Academy is preparing. And most of these materials that we are preparing on Resilience Academy, they are based on current data, because many materials that are available, they're more focusing on the data that are actually outdated. But with Resilience Academy, we have the materials that they can use current data, and we use this e-learning
trainings, or we use these materials to train trainers that are training the students, and we also use them to train the students. So the aim of Resilience Academy in general is to make sure that we identify some of the courses that are provided in the universities, and we integrate those materials into these courses. And when we integrate them, then we sort of like come up with different activities that could help students to practice different skills and to also learn different skills. But just to be precise, these materials that we're preparing, they're not only for students. It could also be for researchers. They could also be for any stakeholder that is interested with geospatial data, is interested to use data in their research, is also interested to use this data to make some decisions based on geospatial events. So the e-learning, online e-learning materials, they are related to open data for resilience, as in, for most cases, when you want data, you would look for something, or you look for data that has been collected outside the country. But with our program, we can collect our own data, and we can come up with some of the activities that could help to manage the resilience and also to manage flood resilience and changing climates. As you've seen, we have we right now have an issue related to climate, and a couple of days back where it was a topic of the moment. Like, there is a lot of climatic change, and with this data that we're collecting, then we can come up with several solutions that could help us face the situation. And also we have materials related to community mapping for improved spatial planning, and also the Earth observation for resilience for people who are using Earth observation programs and stuff like that. So the materials are more focusing on learning geospatial data quality. For example, we have material on module 2. We have different modules. To be precise, we have like a module 2 that is focusing on geospatial data quality and management. So a student or any stakeholder or anyone who's interested, you could get these modules from DigiCampus. And the biggest aim is to help you to learn geospatial data quality, to do the visualization or to perform the visualization, and to share the skills to help you make informed decision. So what goes in the process is, for most part, when we are preparing these materials, we define the objectives, we create the module contents, and then we take those objectives and the contents that we define and we create, we integrate them into some target courses that are provided in the universities, because the whole process of changing the courses could be a little bit extreme. So we integrate these small materials into university courses to make sure that the students get advantage out of that. And after we embed those materials into university courses, then students can use them, especially for activities like micropayment, where students collect data via simple tools. It's one of the courses that was embedded into university courses, and students could use those skills to actually do the work and then gain a certain income. And with different courses, students were able to do activities. And one of the activities that we hosted during year 2019 and year 2020 was data visualization challenge. And despite the fact that students learned how to use those open data that we collected, they can also participate into creating some informed decisions or small tools that could help the society to make certain decisions. And so with the data visualization challenges, we provide students with the open data, we give them themes or ideas, and with these themes, students can come up with solutions. Let's say we have issues like Msimbazi River basin projects like that. So students could use those data to help the society or to help different practitioners to know what could be done when we have this data, what could be done in different projects that could improve the resilience of the city, especially for cities like Dar es Salaam. So from 2019, we had 260 students participated, and from year 2020, we had 171 students, all coming from these 5 universities that are participating in this project. And so all the modules are available at DigiCampus. You can also go to Resilience Academy and go to the learning resources.
And among the modules that we provide is from the technical based to the less technical based modules. We provide them from, we've prepared them and we put them into the campus. So it's not only theory based, you can learn the skills and also you can get to be directed to perform the practical part from one step to another. So if you're interested in data visualization, then you go straight to module 3. If you're interested into journal installation, how do we operate, or how do we work through around the climatic risk database, then you can go to module 1 and so on and so forth. So with these learning materials, we've managed to gain a lot of impact. Around 350 students have benefited with the training, and also 50 plus university experts have also benefited with the skills. And I would say I'm one among the people that have actually benefited with the geospatial training and skills from Resilience Academy program. And also we have more than 30 university courses that have actually been integrated with the Resilience Academy modules. And so with the COVID situation where people cannot, maybe sometimes they cannot go for physical training, then they can use, or they can take advantage of the platform to learn more on different skills. Like, you don't have to be in a formal program to learn about these geospatial skills that we're providing here. And then we have managed to come up with more than 10 research topics that have been identified in different universities. So in that context, I would say thank you for listening. And I think if someone is interested to work with Resilience Academy, we have the platform you can go through. We have different links, then you can go through. You can contact us, and then you can learn a lot from this. And we can also engage students and people and stakeholders who are interested to work with the geospatial data in this program. Thank you so much.
Really love to also engage the audience with a bit of a panel discussion. So we have one of the students who has benefited from this program in the industrial training, and he will present. Yeah, please, let's be mindful of time.
Okay, thanks for introduction. I'm Sanare Loningo from the University of Dar es Salaam, taking BA Geography and Environmental Studies. And I'm among of the students who got a chance to perform a practical training who are provided by Resilience Academy, and we learn a lot of things from that practical training. During the practical training, what we learn from the first week, we perform online learning through different platforms of Resilience Academy. And the first things is the online learning about the data quality, data metadata, and the collection or the uploading of data from the climate risky data. And for the next weeks, we go to the site for the collection of data by using mobile phones, while for we first learn how to use the mobile phones for the collection of data, and after that we go for the collection of data, and that collection of data, we basically work on the words, 7 words that are around the Msimbazi Basin, and the data we collected is all about the drainage, the waste collection and management, and also we take a short interview for the community on how they have the environmental awareness, and how the government treat them on how to treat their waste, and how they manage their waste so that they can prevent or they can reduce the more dumping of the waste on the streams or on the drainage or on the roads. And from that, I learned a lot of things, and I obtained a lot of skills there. And one of the, or among of the things I learned there, or I assessed there, is the how to assess the quality of data, the data that we receive from Resilience Academy, and the assessment we do through the GIS, or Geographical Information System platforms, and we make the assessment on the data quality, data management, and how we can upload the data through GeoNode. And the other things is the house mapping. Since on the middle weeks, we performed the building mappings and the foot weight mapping all over the 7 wards that are found in Kinondoni, Ubongo, and Ilala. And we map there that the function of the building, either it is a government, it is a private, or whatever, and how the quality of that, is that of a recent one, or is that an old one, or how that building. And we assessed also those who are either demolished because of flooding and so on. And the other things, the creation of questionnaire, because we done the collection of data by using the questionnaire we created ourselves by the organization from the team of Resilience Academy. We created the questionnaires and we uploaded it on the phones by using the app of Open Data Kit. It is in short ODK. We uploaded it there, and all of the questions we have to interview the people, or all of those people who are found in the community are found there on phones. And the other things, I learned the good way of collection of data, a good online platform learning, since all of the learning for the first week, it is only through online. And it is just no either the lecturer to stand in front of us and teach us. Just go online, search Digi Campus, and we learn through online. And I got a lot of experience from Resilience Academy industrial training, and among of those good experience of working with the team, either how to collect the data, how to interview the people. Maybe I found people with different behavior, with different perception of us on why we are collecting data. I got a good experience and a good confidence of how to handle the different kind of collection of data from different people, and how can I convince them to give me the right and the accurate data. And other things, a good cooperation with my fellow student, although I learn from the community or the local people, how the government are cooperating with them, and the data and the waste collection and management, and how they work together with the government. And the other thing I received with my transformation of classroom learning to the real practical, since we are just learning in classes on maybe environmental conservation, maybe data management, but we don't know how can we work with it. But through Resilience Academy, I learned a lot. How can I collect data? How can I, which kind of data am I supposed to work on it? And how can I go to either other data that I can't find either in the community? And so about that, I will visit on the Resilience Academy websites and platforms, and I will receive a lot of data. And some of skills I learned, I have already said that the just using of a mobile phone for the collection of data, a lot in GIS, Geographical Information System. I found that it is a best way of data collection, the best way of data management, the best way of running all the projects that are around the world, and it is a good platform that treats anyone who is studying geography or who's love geography. Is the best way of assessing your knowledge and creating your knowledge. So by concluding, from Resilience Academy, I got many things. I just am proud of Resilience Academy, since just up to now, we turn back to the university, and the Department of Geography took us to teach our fellow students how we can create the questionnaires and use mobile phones for the collection of data while we are preparing for the April research. So At this time, we are teaching our fellow students. The department give us that chance to teach our third-year student and even for those of second year, how they can collect data, how they can create their questionnaires, so that to simplify the way of doing their research at a good way. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much for that. So I will take 2 or 3 questions from the audience, but before that, we were to have a very quick panel discussions. I will ask the speakers to keep their answers very, very short because we are out of time. My first question goes to Dr. Mbise. Dr. Mercy, we talked a lot about open digital data and students being able to access really free data and looking at geospatial data in building resilience. How can, I would like you to answer this question from 2 angles. In terms of data collection, what is the importance of this open digital data for students? So there are students who are watching, they want to know, why is this relevant for me? How can it help me? But also for maybe clients and potential clients really for the Resilience Academy, or clients who want this data collected, how can they make the most of this?
Okay, thank you so much. I think we all know the importance of data, okay? And for the students, first of all, it's not just a matter of data, but it's a matter of the whole process of data collection, data analysis, data processing, and eventually data use. So I think for the part of the students, they collect data then because you just don't collect. Like I think somebody gave an example. Before, you collect data used in paper, okay? You send questionnaires and then you go through them and you have to extract data out of it. But now you can use digital services and skills and applications to collect data. So you get the data. But then what do you do with the data? So for the students' part, they collect the data. They learn the skills of how the data is collected. They learn the skills of how the data can be cleaned, because sometimes there are errors in the data. So the students learn how the data can be cleaned so that it can be used. And for the clients, I mean, everybody knows you cannot do much if you don't have data. Usually the clients, they have projects and they need data. So they need now the data that has been collected by students or any other person, cleaned and processed, so that the client can now use the data to make whatever decisions they want to make.
All right, thank you. My next question goes to Masood. You talked about the climate risk database. Why is this geospatial data important? Because you talked about it being free and accessible to everyone. So maybe if you can just touch on what is really the importance of collecting all this geospatial data and having it available and free. How can it be beneficial to us? Very quickly.
Actually, we don't have time of that, but in Zanzibar, we have real example. Actually, Zanzibar, through drones, we have collected all Zanzibar, Pemba and Unguja. But if you ask where's data right now, they don't know. We don't know. Where is it? Someone put in his computers. People, they are not using it. After 10 years, World Bank again, they are coming and say, oh, collect again data from Zanzibar. Where is that data again? So through the CRD, we collect data and we put there as a repository for people to use it. So anyone can use it. Once we approve that this data is okay for using it, then we are putting there so people, they can use it. They can feel the difference after 10 years. Before it was this one, and this time it's this one. So anything that is happening right now, you have the data around theirs. Zanzibar, we had 3 platforms of GeoNode, this one that we had. But it's just surviving 3 months, 4 months after the project is finished, the GeoNode is not available again. So you ask, where is it? Where hosted that? But through the Resilience Academy, we have the data for Zanzibar, especially in Tanzania also. But also we are sure that it will last longer. Even other people, they come and use that data.
Thank you so much. So Mr. Amidius, I wanted to ask you about the industrial training, which you said was a requirement for students who can use this to kind of help them in their career. So maybe you can share with them how can they be able to access these kind of industrial trainings that Resilience Academy does very quickly. Also, if you have a question from the audience, put your hand up and down very quickly. I'll note you. And then after this, we can close.
Thank you so much. Simple, in every after 2 semester, the long field work, Resilience Academy conduct these trainings. But through internship coordinator for each university, they got a chance of selecting these students. So if you're from UDSM, either SUSA, Aradhi, or SUA, make sure you know your coordinator for Resilience Academy, and then check on him. Give information that I'm interested in learning these Resilience Academy skills and knowledge. He'll keep up with you, and then when trainings is up, he'll call you and include your name. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. So I would like to open this discussion quickly for the audience. I'll take 2 questions. All right, the 2.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask my question. Maybe it could be targeted to Masood. So on the database, I understand that the most collected data is geospatial, but we have this routine data that comes in from the different services that are going on the ground. For example, it could be like the revenue or tax information from the different businesses on the ground, which we have already mapped in the database. So on routine base, how can we connect these 2 different data and have that visualized or presented in a map format for people to understand? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Actually, once you have started to put spatial data, whether it's vector or raster from that point, then you can collect other information through the metadata and you can put theirs. So it depends on what type of data. Once you have put theirs through the metadata, you can put all that information that is needed to that point. And actually, what I know that is something like customizable. You can add more information to yourself rather than depend on what they have done theirs. So that is possible.
Thank you. Last question before we are out of time. We're out of time. Okay. We're out of time, guys. Sorry. I guess you can share that online or see the panelists afterwards. Thank you so much for joining this session. I hope that you've learned a lot about how we can build urban resilience through collection of geospatial data. Thank you. Kels, karibu.
Hello, hello. Jamani, makofi, mabibi na mabwana. I like the claps in this room. So alive. I'll stay here. Jamani, to the panelists, please may I ask you to stand up with your moderator so that we can have a photo together. Jamani, also another hand of applause to our moderator, Bahati Joyce, for that incredible job. Phil, please don't log it. I'm log out. She's still there. Please let's have her so we can take a photo next to the screen to really show that we were hybrid. Sometimes hybrid works. Can we get her back on? There we go. You have to pose that. So maybe move closer to the screen. Walimu, ndio. This is digital economy. Wonderful, Yamani. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here until the end. We are up until the last session for the day in this room, and that session will be data for accountability in digital economy. Oh, you can take your seats. We have another. Karibuni, asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. I love it. Wonderful. I think if we can, I'd like to ask the associates if we could probably put some more chairs here if we have some. That would be incredible. Otherwise, there's an overflow room. I realize there's some people outside. Lakini, the sessions that are going on right now, kuna data accountability in the digital economy. which is happening here. Itaongozwa na the one and only Miss Risha Chanda from Twaweza. In the other room, we have national census and the digital economy, ambayo itaongozwa na Mr. Steven Chacha from D-Lab, na tutakuwa na mzungumzaji kutoka NBS. So if you're doing a switch, this is the moment. You have a minute to do that switch. Otherwise, as you're doing that, I would like to remind you that this evening, we're going to have what we're calling Bata la Data. This is ini party ya kufunga rasmi data Tamasha of mwaka 2021. So please come, stay until the end for that. And without further ado, I would like to invite the one and the only Risha Chanda to the stage. A hand of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. It was working for you, but can you hear me, guys? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's... Hi. It's just my voice, maybe. It's not wanting to pick it up. So I think panelists wetu wengi wako online, but I'll introduce them anyway. My name is Risha Chanda, kama alivyosema Halila. Halila, is that your name? Yes, Halila. Halila, thank you. Natokea Twaweza. Okay, lakini in the room, at least, I have a friend. Sitakuwa peke yangu. Jana nilikuwa peke yangu kwenye panel ambayo wote walikuwa virtual. It was a bit difficult. So, Mr. Omar Bakari, karibu sana. Please, join us. Ni maarufu sana, I think, kwenye data Tamasha ya 2021. Nimekuona sana kwa kweli. Lakini pia ni mkurugenzi wa D-Lab. Kwa karibu. I didn't like those applause. Maybe we can just give Thank you. That was better. You know, mna reputation sasa kuwa na good applause. Okay, and then I hope I've got this right as to who's joining us online. So I have Semkai Kilonzo. Yupo? Mratibu wa Policy Forum. Au watu wangu wa Zoom kuna wangapi online? Labda mniambie. And there should be Saidi Chitung from LSF as well. Okay. Nimeambiwa sasa hivi na Steven kwamba nakuja bachi. Okay, perfect. That's fine. Wapo? Sorry guys, technical issues.
It's okay. I'll let you know as soon as
they're on. Okay. But so now I feel a bit stuck. Or we'll do a panel, you and I. Okay, sawa. Anyway, actually nilitaka kuanza na nini, sio wataalamu wa jopo. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa na swali moja. Sisi ni nini haswa uhusiano kati ya uwajibikaji, takwimu na uchumi wa kidijitali? Why are we having this session? Does anyone have any ideas or any thoughts on what is the connection? Uwajibikaji, takwimu na uchumi wa kidijitali au ulimwengu tuseme wa kidijitali. I don't think we have to stay on uchumi. No, she's missing. She's got an emergency call. Hamna mtu mwenye jibu? Any ideas? But then why are you all here? Or you want to learn about it? No? Thank you, dada. Nakushukuru sana. Karibu.
Asante. Okay. Naitwa Joyce Mbilinyi from DIT. Kwangu mimi naona data, uwajibikaji na digital economy kuna uhusiano mkubwa kwamba tunahitaji data na yule anayekusanya data na anayetoa hiyo data anawajibika katika kuendeleza economy hivyo kidijitali. So tunavyokusanya data, yule mkusanyaji data ana uwajibu kama kutunza zile data, endapo anayetoa data atataka ziwe exposed au zisiwe exposed, kwa anawajibika katika kulinda zile data ambazo mtu ametoa. Na through that yule mkusanyaji data inamsaidia kufanya uamuzi mbalimbali ambao anaweza akatumia kwenye economy purpose. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Should give her a round of applause, the only one who was brave enough to try and answer. So nimependa sana jibu lako. I'll be honest, and I think this topic is big. Kwa hiyo when you look at it, mi nilikuja kwenye perspective ya kufanya kazi kwenye eneo la utawala bora. So I was thinking about how does, the data ambayo inapatikana online, how does that help us to build more accountable governance? But I like that you've gone a little bit to what I would call platform accountability. Because when I was reading to prepare myself for this session, that was a lot of what came up was these Facebooks and Googles ambao wanakusanya data zetu, where is the accountability for them? So let's see if we go there, but mine, I'll be honest and say I focused a little bit more on the kind of governance side of it in our context. So now maybe I can introduce my online guys if they can be pulled up. So I believe we have, sorry, I'm getting lost. Rachel Chagonja wa mratibu wa haki rasilimali. Upo?
Who is there?
So aliniambia sasa hivi kwamba yupo.
Eh?
Okay, Saidi Chitung wa LSF. Karibu Said, naomba ujitambulishe. Asante sana. I don't know if we can hear you. Can you say something? Naomba utusalimie. Hatumsikii. Saidi, sorry, can you say something? You can hear us? Can you hear us? Not if you can hear us, because we can't hear you. No.
Hello?
Hi, Saidi.
Yeah,
Karibu sana.
Hi, asante sana. It was muted, so I couldn't make myself in.
Pole sana. Naomba
Asante.
ujitambulishe kidogo na LSF.
Yeah, asante sana. Naitwa Saidi Chitungu, ni meneja ufuatiliaji na matokeo kutoka Legal Service Facility. Na Legal Service Facility, kazi kubwa tunayofanya ni kutoa msaada wa kisheria kwa kupitia wasaidizi wa kisheria ambao wako Tanzania yote, pamoja na partners wengine, na kufanya kazi na serikali na other like-minded organizations like D-Lab. Asante.
Asante sana. Na sasa Rachel yupo au tuendelee? Okay, sawa. Tutaendelea na sisi watatu. Okay. Rachel, karibu.
Hi. I've been trying to unmute myself, unfortunately.
Oh, we can hear you. Endelea, please. But we can't see you. Yeah. Rachel, can you hear me? Can you keep talking? Because we could at least hear you. Samahani jamani. Okay, maybe wakati tunamsubiri Rachel aunganishwe, labda nianze tu. Okay, swali langu linaenda kwa wote kwanza. Naomba mfano angalau mmoja kuhusu kazi ambazo mmezifanya kwenye eneo letu la uwajibikaji na takwimu na dunia wa kidijitali. Na tulenge zaidi kwenye mafanikio na mafunzo kutokana na hizi kazi tafadhali. Labda niende kwa Oma kwanza kwa sababu yupo hapa. Karibu.
Nafikiri kwamba kwanza swala la accountability ni jambo muhimu sana. Accountable to yourself and accountable to the people who you are providing service to. But at the same time, data is very critical to gauge how somebody is accountable for, especially when you promised something or when there is a gap and, for example, the citizens are expecting to do. So from the dealer perspective, I think we have specifically used the data to show if you promised us to achieve a certain goal, and are you really accountable to what you, and this is one of the areas I think we really need to work very hard in the context of bringing in evidence that people do accountable for. So for example, during the elections, you see, most of the people promised a lot of things that they're going to do. Unfortunately, this data of the promising areas, citizens, when the election is over, they don't remember it, is it? For example, now you don't remember it. But if we put those data in a systematic way, where now either you are a councillor or you are a member of parliament, then we could just have that as an evidence on see how you were accountable for us. So I think from the dealer perspective, our role is really to empower different specialties of these kind of organizations, how they could really use the data and track the trend in order to make sure people become accountable for. One of the areas I can tell you that I can see from the local government they have managed a little bit well now is accountability and transparency in the context of financial aspect. I've tried to visit a quite number of local government. When you go outside, you'll see we have received this amount of money. I don't know how many have seen that. So you are seeing now they are putting, we have received this amount of money, this is for development, this for this. So the more we push into that evidence, somebody could be able to actually track how these government are accountable to us. How many people know the government plans? So if you know and you have those data, then you'll be able actually to ask your councillors, your leaders, how accountable are you into what you promise us to deliver. So that's the way. And it will only happen that, maybe we'll discuss that later, when people have relevant skills to make meaningful insight based on the data that exists. Thanks, Liz.
Okay, naomba niende kwa Saidi. Swali lile lile. Mfano mmoja kwenye kazi zenu kama LSF, kuonyesha uhusiano kati ya uwajibikaji, takwimu na dunia wa kidijitali. Karibu Saidi.
Thanks very much. Like the previous speaker, legal service facility, this is like any other NGO. Though we are basket fund trying to fund those partners who are working on a legal aid sector, to include even the government and the other like-minded organizations. So the idea of accountability is already there. As long as you're NGO, it means, first of all, you are receiving money from several donors. So first, you are accountable to those donors that are giving you money. So that is our first priority, and something that as NGO, we're really trying our level best to make sure that we show that we are accountable on the money that we are receiving from our partners, our developing partners. But as NGO, you get that money for what? You get that money because there are people the remote areas. Like we work in Tanzania, we are offering legal aid and legal education to vulnerable and marginalized communities there. So The second part, the beneficiaries, those who are benefiting from our services, we are also accountable. The money that we receive, we make sure that that money goes and do the right thing that is required to be done by educating people, by supporting people on their several legal problems that they face, and making sure that they achieve what they want to achieve, or they access the justice that, which is our key goal. But third, as NGO, we are accountable to government. All NGOs is registered according to the rules and the laws that are governing the NGOs. So LOCF, like any other organizations, are also, we are also registered to these bodies, the government bodies. So we are also accountable to them. So in accountability, what do we show? We show them what we do. What results are we bringing to community of Tanzania? How are we supporting the government? But also how we make the use of the money that we receive from donor. So there is a number of ways that we do show. So in our report, if you read, you will see like how many people have we reached for legal education. So how many people have been benefiting from the intervention that we make on the legal education. But also how many people are we reaching, are we resolving, mediating, and making some consultation when they have legal problems. What are we solving? What are cases have been resolved? What are cases have been forwarded to other channels of justice like police, courts, and others, etc. But also through that, to make an evidence, we use the evidence that we collect after doing our work by showing the evidence that we do. And we, like for us, we do publish success stories. In these success stories, it shows it shows the impact.
The Africa Freedom of Information Coalition, and they actually analyzed all the data. As you said, Rachel, they kind of, had that technical capacity in-house. They looked at it all, and they uncovered 400 billion Uganda shillings of bad spending, meaning that, procurements being paid above the market value or money, not going as it should. So they released a sort of report on this, and then about a few weeks later, that data was taken offline. So I'm just wondering on, how much, and part of what I'm thinking here is, sometimes there is such a thing as we're kind of pushing on so much transparency, and maybe the idea is that we'll be flooded by data and information to the point that we can't make meaning or can't make knowledge out of it. And I just wanted you to reflect on that. And also in the context of, we have some quite nice laws, as I understand it, in terms of making sure that these contracts you were talking about are made accessible and available to all of us. Yet that's not necessarily being implemented. So, maybe some reflections there, please, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Risha. Interesting questions. Maybe just to reflect on the state of transparency and accountability, what is the difference? I'll tell you, from the extractive sector, we have seen a shift. Over 20 years ago, the state of transparency, first of all, which is about disclosure, has improved pretty much. Now we have partial disclosure on, especially on issues of revenues. Across a number of platforms, we have, maybe through the Tanzania EITA reports, we have been receiving reports on how much Tanzania is getting from the companies and how much companies are paying to Tanzania in terms of taxes. Those kind of reports we do have. But again, you have also, from different platforms, we have had the ministers responsible telling us of how much, let's say, small-scale miners, for instance, are contributing to the revenues, how much of the Tanzanite has been sold. All this information is in the newspapers, right? But if you put such information in the newspaper, what does it mean for a local Tanzanian? Yes, there's some bit of partial transparency in terms of disclosure of information that is related to revenues, which is across the country. You can get it anywhere. But however, I'll give you an example. The accountability part of it. There is no accountability without transparency. In order to be accountable, you have to be open enough. With the data that is being opened right now, the revenue reports, the revenue data that is being disclosed at the moment, there are gaps that make it difficult for accountability purposes. I'll give you an example. We as Haki Rasilimali, through the Tanzania EITI reports, we have been able to assess all the 10 reports that Tanzania has produced in regards of how much revenues it has received from the mining companies, from the extractive companies, mining, oil and gas included. From these 10 reports, we came to understand that out of the reported data, we have almost 120 billion Tanzanian shillings that has been lost within transaction. Yes, some of the reports that with high discrepancy level have been undertaken for special audit. But what does it mean to undertake a special audit and then put back the reports in the shelves? This doesn't make any sense. But do we have mechanism to ensure that we track all sorts of discrepancies that are coming forth from the revenue reports? Does the parliament have the opportunity to discuss such discrepancies? Because these are huge sums of money that could be used to inject muscles into various development projects. So the fact that, yes, we have a bit of disclosure in terms of data that is related to revenues, but accountability part of it, following up the money, is not there. So we have ended up just recommending. I think this is the call for civil society who are working on data and campaigns around follow the money. Well, let us use this data, of which is being published by the government itself, which shows all these differences, and try to push for accountability. Somebody has to be accountable. Why do we have a discrepancy of 8%, for instance, in the reconciliation process? That is one side. But again, looking at the concern of disclosure of contracts, Tanzania is a compliant member of the Global Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, of which, among other standards, we are obligated to disclose information. On various international meetings, national meetings, various discussions and debates, the government has committed itself, or it has reaffirmed itself on the need to disclose all contracts. But now the discussion that is coming on board is what type of information from the contracts should be disclosed. I think that is the kind of argument that we have now. The fact that the government has already committed itself, but again, there's this other way of saying we cannot disclose any information, we cannot disclose all information in the contracts because of the commercial securities. But looking at countries like Ghana, who has disclosed its contracts from the African perspectives, Rio Tinto, who have disclosed their contracts, why is it challenging for the government of Tanzania or for the Tanzanian government to be able to establish such a disclosure? I understand that there are processes being undertaken to ensure that a portal is created to have all the contracts published. And that deadline was supposed to be last year, January 2020. But it's 2 years since our reaffirmation to the global EITI that until now the contracts have not been disclosed. Same issue is on the disclosure of the real owners behind companies, and those are called beneficial owners. Every day we're making amendments of the laws, but again, if looking at the EITI reports Tanzania and the templates of beneficial disclosure, we are still disclosing shareholders and not real owners. So there's a problem somewhere of which we as stakeholders in the sector have a role to play to ensure that as we continue to advocate for so many issues, we should continue to reaffirm or to push for the government to ensure enforcement of the laws, the beautiful laws that we have that are calling for disclosure. This is the only way we'll be able to understand how much is the value for the extraction or how much is the value for investment that's been done within the mining sector. Another critical issue, just to summarize on that, now we are moving towards new framework agreements. We are diverting away from the traditional contracts that we enter into the mining or the oil and gas subsector. We are now moving into framework agreements. For instance, now we have Trigger Minerals, we have Trigger Minerals, we have Kabanga Tembo Nickel, and we have other projects. Probably they will enter into a joint venture with the company to form other new companies in Tanzania. So what does this mean? The new framework agreements are meant to deviate away from the spirit of having the traditional contracts like the mineral development agreements, which gives security for both countries to be able to renegotiate unconscionable terms that may deem to be seen or observed in these contracts. A framework agreement is only pursuant to licenses. How do we renegotiate for an unconscionable term within a license? So these are some of the queries that are still making us think further on how are we going to engage in these new framework agreements. What are they meant to address? Where's the security for our resources? Where is the security for the contribution? How are Tanzanians benefiting? How is the economy going to improve looking at what we are getting right now? What did we receive before? What are we going to receive tomorrow? How does that address into the bigger vision of 2025? I think these are some of the issues in terms of looking at data and what data can do for us. It's something we need to do as a collaborative initiative to be able to really call for accountability. And for our accountability to be enhanced, it's not a duty of Haki Rasmali only. Haki Rasmali will work to produce data, but who else is picking that data to inform public debate? Who else is picking that data to follow up the money? I know the organizations like Police Forum who are very good at tracking expenditures, public financing and things like that. So we have to look at this agenda of data and digital data economy so that we can inform better policies, we can inform better coordination, we can enhance accountability at the end of the day. But again,
Rachel, let me just just stop you for a minute. Sorry, I can feel the passion in these topics, but allow me, if you will, just to cut you for a minute to go to, because you've raised a lot of issues. There's a lot to take in. So allow me just to go to a couple of other panelists, and I'll come back to you, time permitting, if that's okay. Thank you so much, though. I'm struck by a few things you said. We were supposed to be joined by Mr. Uto, and I know one of the things he's talked about a lot is kind of this lack of, in a way I think that you referred to it as well, the lack of sort of closing the loop of accountability. You know, we get a lot of information. That information sometimes does indeed get turned into knowledge and really insightful kind of insight into where things are going wrong, as you're describing with the EITI reports and these discrepancies that we find, but we're not then able to turn that into accountability, into saying, okay, who's responsible for this and how can we fix it and make sure it doesn't happen again. So I think those challenges are similar, and I like your call for kind of communities of accountability essentially around all these different types of data. It can't be the responsibility of one entity or one organization. We all have to kind of be part of this fight for accountability. Omar, I want to come back to you, if that's okay. You said something, I think, about the issue of skills, and I think this is something that has been really throughout Data Tamasha. I've heard a lot this call for intermediaries, people who kind of really work to help translate all this type of information. As Rachel is talking about complex contract information, other ways is, loads and loads of data that is collected by Facebook that we could also analyze, or by Google. So in some ways, I think there's this idea that the idea of kind of data and transparency feeding into accountability requires a lot of diverse consumers for these data, for open data. So media, CSOs, civil servants, all of them ideally should be able to access and make use of the data that's released online. But we also know that digital skills, data literacy, these are really a bit of a challenge in our context, and I would say all around the world. These are conversations that I think really are happening all around the world. So in your view, how do we build and sustain a community of data analysts ready to tell stories and make meaning from all these data? Thank you.
You ask me if it's okay. I could just want to say no, it's not okay, but I will respond. I think the issue of skills as a country is still a challenge, particularly with the trend of emerging technologies in the use of these key new skills that are required into this kind of sector. First of all, I really want to clear that the issue of accountability and transparency, first of all, is not only for government, it is for all of us. That's including the private sector, how are they accountable to the citizens, the CSOs, so everyone has the role to play. But when it comes to about the skills, I think we really need to invest especially the digital means it's a knowledge economy. And if we are talking about the knowledge economy, the people need to have the skills. And if you ask me as a country, I could say we should have a strategic focus on skills development. And this is to do with maximizing our bilateral agreement, our multilateral agreement, our donor-supported programs, our loan board program. That needs to be consolidated and have a specific focus based on the highest impact of the economy that is going to happen. I'll just give you an example. We tried it, the first data science master students with the university here. We tried to put some scholarship. I can tell you, I don't know, most of them, they are no longer in data lab. They have taken by mobile companies, and we have nothing here. But I think it's good for us. But what is really important, it seems, there's a huge demand in the issue of data skills. And unfortunately, like CSOs, NGOs, still they have, I could say, not that much capability to do this analytical work. And if you look at our colleagues from the journalist perspective, you know, in the journalist angle, when you're talking about the data journalism, first of all, it's good to be sector specific and then do the analytical part so that you understand the sector, but also you do the sector based on the data that is happening. So what I would really think that could be the way forward, especially after this data Tamasha, is how do we come up with a national program that support these emerging skills, particularly data science skills. There were, I don't know, 10. So some of them, they applied and maybe they missed scholarship. They are not. This time, I'm aware, we sponsor 5, and they applied like 30 people, and then they are struggling with scholarship. For those who have actually, before even they finish their research, they have already got the job. Now the issue is, first of all, these young guys need to understand these are the area people are really hunting for, the data science skills. But again, it is, if we are really talking about the digital economy, where there will be massive data generations with complexities, the issue of big data and whatever, then we really need to invest on that area. So how now, when we are talking about on the other side of the transparency and accountabilities as a multi-layers, how we could make now the skills development strategies of the countries also as the multi-system in place. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that. So that's another call, I would say, for all of us to join hands, including the private sector, CSOs, and the government, to try and push towards having more of these.
Yeah, it is very interesting. For example, I went to one of the big private sector. They took my 2 data scientists, and then I tell them, will you be able to fund at least 2 of them? And they just want the ripe fruits, unfortunately. So I think this is where, for those who have programs and everything, I think we really need to invest on this. And I wish, because I can see a lot of advertisement of scholarship. I wish we could have, for example, if we ask ourselves, what are the top 3 skills that if we have invested, it will transform? I want to give you one thing, and you can go and read it. There is a program in China called 1000 program. Now they are doing it in tourism. Before they did it in the technology development capability. So they said, after 10 years, we want 10,000 Chinese to be expert in tourism. This is what is going on now in tourism sectors. And they do the value chain analysis to identify the sectors. Today, they are all over the highest skilled university, whatever, to do that. That was invested by the university. And you can see now they are starting to build their own aircraft. They'll go to tourism sector, hotel service industries, and others. So in the next 10 years, these people will be very competitive in that particular sector. So similarly, they did that in the technology development capability. Today, when you go to China, you can show them like this. They will say 1 minute, they will go at the next street, they will bring it to you. Why? Because strategically, the last 30 years, they were having targeted knowledge support on the skills development strategies. We are kind of scrapping everywhere, and that's where I think we really need to have a specific national program, like what we are saying, madaktari. That means we say how many madaktari we want, 20,000. That's the data should show us. And then we invest that, then we move. We shouldn't invest and then they don't have the job. So this is what I think, if we do a smart based on the data, it will help us to do that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Saidi, are you still with us?
Yes, I mean.
Okay, great. I just wanted to pull up on something you said, and forgive me, I'm going to ask you a difficult question, but, but it was just brought by something you said. So as you started to talk about accountability, you were talking about, as an NGO, we have this sort of three-pronged accountability. You started with donors, then beneficiaries, and also to the government. And I wanted to relate that to something that was said by my sister here. And when we're thinking about accountability in the digital world, we think a lot about sometimes these big platforms, Facebook, Google. They collect a lot of our data, but they're private companies, so they're largely accountable to their shareholders, the people who give them the money in the first constituency. And then they're accountable to their users, but they tend to sort of, I would say, view user accountability as more about how your experience is and the costs. So basically, as a user of Facebook, I don't pay anything to use it, and I have it's very easy to use. I don't have to have a training to learn how to use Facebook necessarily. So that's the type of accountability they're showing to me. But they're not necessarily showing me the type of accountability around what do they do with my data, and how long do they store it even when I don't want them to. So I wanted you to reflect on your ordering. Why do we put donors? Why do we put the people with the money first? And how maybe can we help to kind of rebalance? So we as civil society, I think, are actually more accountable to our constituents. And you've called them beneficiaries. I don't love that word, so I'm not going to use it. But I think, to our constituencies, to the people we're seeking to serve. Rather than being sort of hung up on the accountability to donors. And I'm not calling you out individually. I think this is something that exists in the sector, so this is not a challenge just to LSF. I think it's a challenge to all of us. But yeah, I think it does relate to how we look at now these kind of big platforms that are serving social functions, yet operate as private companies, and it creates a real complexity in accountability. And Omar is excited, he's going to answer that question after you. Karibu Saidi.
No, I want to add more questions.
Sunday, but that yes, it's a difficult question, and it's also about, it's somehow subjective, and it depends on a certain perspective. I didn't put that in the order that the donor should be the first. It come like that. I looked at how the levels who are making, because there is what we call power. Now the word power is the ability of A to make B do what A wanted B to do. I think that is the meaning of power. So I looked at who has the power, who was influential on whatever. But when we are doing our program, our accountability is there at the community. So that's why when you look at the model of implementation or operations, you'll see the donor will give fund, and they probably will give capacity building. Then we will influence agency at the middle, who could be any civic society there, or any enterprise that is found at the middle. But our interest is at the community. So even if we get the money, even if we are accountable to donor, but actually we are accountable to the community that we are serving, like you are saying. So I think that is the meaning of all. What we are accountable as NGOs is to make sure those people we are serving in the community are getting the service that is supposed as per our strategic objectives, because in each organization they have some objectives that they want to meet at a certain time of their implementation. So I believe community should be the first one. So I just put that according to the accountability. Yeah, I don't know if I got it right.
No, yeah, and please don't feel, I wasn't trying to call you out for saying donors first. I think it's a genuine conundrum. Sometimes the interests of these three constituencies that you describe are not the same interests. Sometimes your donors want something that's different than your constituents. Sometimes the government wants something that's different than your constituents. And I think I'm drawing a parallel between that type of challenge, being accountable to multiple constituencies, and what we're having in the world today in terms of, what governance looks like when you have these private companies that seem to have so much control over our political opinions, for example. And Omar, please, Karibu, I know you want to say something on this, so feel free.
No, I think the issue of accountabilities, both to the NGOs, CSOs, and the government, we have not done much in terms of accountability to our citizens. Because if we will manage to do that, and you see, this is where I think the real change could happen, if the citizen will come a time they can say, this is what, and this is where they will be having massive power to do the change they want. For now, it's kind of somebody as an NGO will do analysis and then it will raise. But I think it could be better to say to the citizen, hey, this is your situation. You guys, you can now raise the voices. I don't know how it can do that. Because when I compare with developed countries, it's when, for example, I'll just give an example. I remember a certain organization, a big company, was realized they don't do justice in terms of salary, in terms of production. So abruptly, all the citizens just stop going to buy that places, and the sales of the organization just go down. What? So in 2 minutes, the policy was changed, everything was changed. So we haven't reached to that situation. If we did reach to that situation, and then that will be the time where everything will be really driven. But now, as you said, people do things because the donor has told them to do, and if it happens, if you go to citizens, you have already been told by the donor to do. If the citizen tell you, this is our priority, will you change? Then you'll say, no, this is a donor priority. So that's where I say, somebody who has the money sometimes is driven the agenda, but not the citizen. That's the tricky part of it, yeah.
And I think that's not just unique to the sector. So I've written down and heard 3 things that I think are, I don't know if they're quite actionable, but things to think about as we're going forward. So I've taken, I think, almost one from each of the little areas we've discussed. So one is the idea of having communities of accountability, so around different sectors that Rachel was talking about. You know, it's not just the job of one of us or one organization to ensure that when we are publishing contracts, when we do have a lot of data about what we're getting from our resources, you know, how do we turn that into benefit for all of us? That's the essence of the question. So I think we need to look at that and figure out how we work together better on making that happen. I think we need combined efforts and perhaps a kind of national plan. I worry always about national plans, though. But on data skills and digital literacy, and how we can kind of really include everyone in that, including the private sector, who really stand to benefit if we have more of those skills. And I'm hearing this call, which I personally also really like, which is let's try and make ourselves accountable more to citizens and to our constituents, rather than to where the money is or to kind of other competing interests. With that, I want to open it up to the floor. I'm sorry that I went all in English. I did have some ideas to do Kiswahili, but sometimes it's easier to talk about these topics in English. Thank you. I saw someone at the back. Karibu. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for a great panel. Well, I think you talked about the loop whereby the people, my name is Nakaka. Thank you. So somebody mentioned about the loop whereby people are missing in this conversation, whereby if it's in the public sector, you know, the politicians would be making all the decisions and have all the conversations, and if we're lucky, some of it would be broadcast by the media, maybe pretty much censored, right? And even in the private sector, you have like you said, you have like your shareholders, etc. And then in the social impact, the NGO sector, the accountability is mostly to the donor. And it's also very retrospective, like, oh, we have to do an audit or an evaluation at the end, right? So the citizens are always left in this conversation. But luckily, because of, you know, these emerging technologies and the digital economy, we have this massive opportunity whereby people are able to be part of the conversation. And in real time, actually, I've seen a bit of a change now in this current regime, whereby people seem to be more open to discuss issues and engage with the government. And I think it's a kudos to the current government, because it seems like they're more tolerant to opposing views. But if I'm allowed to dream a bit, if I'm allowed to dream a little bit, in the so-called developing world, like when you go to the UK right now, all of these public sort of like sector, when you make a call, it would be automated. There would be like an AI that sort of like takes you through, like, if you want this, you know, press 1, press 2, and then I know we have that now, but this goes further by even accepting your input. Like, you can talk to it, and it will listen to you, and it will tell you like what to do next. So in other words, it's actually accepting your data, your voice data, and transforming it into something actionable. So that's called natural language processing, the ability to use voice data you know, with artificial intelligence. And we have a room full of like young innovators here. This is a university. We have like data scientists, computer scientists, etc. So how can we democratize data? If we can dream a little bit, it's actually possible to allow to create some kind of platforms that can leverage these real-time, you know, text data. It's already happening in the developing world, but it's not happening here because most of our conversations are in Kiswahili. So the challenge is for us to be like creative and find a way to work with voice data, with umbea, you know, like WhatsApp group chats and social media and all that. If you can process all that data, you can easily create your own Kipimajoto instead of the older ITV Kipimajoto, which comes back months later after something has happened and say, oh, after this, what do you think about this minister doing this and this, or this and this policy? You could have a real-time Kipimajoto on that particular day about the hottest issue that people are talking about, all processed in real time using artificial intelligence. So there's all of these possibilities, and I'm quite hopeful, and I just wanted to encourage other young people that are here that we can actually go there, even though, yes, there's a shortage of skills, but take heart. You can actually be self-taught data scientist. You can do zero courses. You can do edX courses, etc., etc. Just use the resources that are at your disposal. You might be able to make something out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nakaka. I like that really a positive kind of input, definitely. And I hope you're also in this space and doing something as well. Definitely. We'd like to hear about that later, maybe. Anyone else? Yeah.
Okay.
Karibu.
Okay, majina yangu naitwa Kamara Dickson na nina mchango ni mchango swali. Mwaka jana ilitokea ripoti ya CAG. Katika ile ripoti ya CAG imeonyesha matumizi ya fedha za walipa kodi kwa wananchi, ambazo ni data ambazo zinaonyesha accountability ya funds ambazo ni sisi ambao ni taxpayers tunalipa, na jinsi gani ambavyo zinakuwa consumed within the public. Sasa baada ile ripoti ya CAG, kwenye one of the component ikaonyesha kwenye kampuni ambayo inajenga standard gauge rail, inaonyesha kwamba karibia ajira 17,000 ambazo zinafanywa na watu kutoka nje ya nchi zingefanywa na Watanzania. Na hapa Tanzania tuna local content policy. Sasa swali langu lilikuwa ni moja tu, kwamba pamoja na kwamba tunazo structure na sheria na available data ambazo zinatoka kwenye ripoti ya CAG na makampuni mengine. How do we make this data work kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wa kwetu wanapata haki yao? Kwa mfano kama sasa hivi unaona kuna ujenzi wa bomba la kutoka Hoima kuja Tanga, na wameshaanza kutangaza kwamba kutakuwepo na fursa za ajira kadhaa, lakini ni reality ukiangalia utaona kwamba hizi ajira hazitokuwepo kwa sababu ya requirements, na kama taifa tujaandaa requirements, we can have the presence of data kwamba kuna ajira fulani, lakini hatunufaiki kwa sababu zile data haziwezi kufanya kazi ku reflect the reality situation on the ground. So my question remains, while we are advocating, we have the presence of data here. How do we make the data work for the people? Asante.
Asante sana Kamala. Nimependa. In a way, swali lako ni the question of the whole panel. I could say that, yeah? How do we turn what we have, this asset, yeah, data, into faida kwa wananchi? That to me is the essence of the question we're discussing here. So I don't know if we're going to have a clear answer for you, like number 7 is the answer, no. Lakini nimeanza na orodha, yani fupi tu ya vitu vitatu ambavyo tungeweza kufanya kutusaidia. So I think we'll keep on trying to answer it. It's probably my feeling on that. Did someone else have a comment? Yeah, please, Karibu. I can take, I think, up to 2 more, and then I'll ask my panelists to do a last round.
Okay, my name is Rosemary, and I wanted to know how do they deal with the data discrepancy in formulation of reports for accuracy and bringing accountability, when the one who talks on extraction. Thank you.
Anyone else? Last one? Oh, Karibu Dada.
To me, it's not a question, but it's like a suggestion. In order to make data being meaningful for digital economy, I guess NGOs and government at large, we have to make an effort to explain how this data is important to us. And we shouldn't only concentrate on seed area, like, let's say here in Dar es Salaam only. We can even go further to other regions to explain how data is important for digital economy. Thanks.
Do you mean to explain it to citizens as to why we focus on open data, or to people who have data so they make it more open, or both? To citizens. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, let me go, if it's okay, unless there's anyone with a really burning point they want to make. I don't want you to miss the chance. Okay, let me go back to the panel, if that's okay. And I'd like to ask you to respond to any of the comments or questions if you feel like it, if you feel compelled, except Rachel, there's one specifically to you on the issue of data discrepancy in the extractive sector. And then I'd also like all of you to reflect on, if you can, this question of Kamala. One thing you really think that we should all take away as we leave this room that can help us turn all the data and information and benefits of digital into a better accountability, whether it be from government, from the private sector, or even from our NGOs or from each other. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go, Rachel, I would like to go to you first, if that's okay, because you had a question as well to answer. Karibu.
Thank you, Risha. Could you please repeat the question?
Say that again. You want me to repeat the question that came to you?
Yes.
Yeah, so you'd mentioned that there were the 3 sources of data in the extractive sector, the ministry, and then I think NBS and one other. But often you find that their data does not line up, right? There are discrepancies between the data they present. So how do you now, as Haki Rasilimali, really deal with that issue and try to kind of build on this issue of accountability in the sector while everybody's presenting a different data set? Do you choose one data set to use? Do you, how do you navigate that?
Oh, thank you so much. I think for us, we have become more strategic and to try to assess first which type of data do we need. When you want to talk about the contribution of the extractive sector to the national economy, definitely we opt for the Tanzania EITA reports, which are they are the responsible institution to ensure that they assess how much revenues is being collected from the extractive sector. And I'm saying that because through the Tanzania EITI, ile kamati ya uwasilishaji wazi na wajibikaji, TEITI, they are the responsible organization by the law to ensure that revenues are being reported on a timely manner. But again, they give you, because they list or they report on all costs that is being paid by the companies. Yeah. So we have been using that side we have been using data from Tanzania EITI to analyze revenues from the extractive sector. When it comes to the sector's contribution in terms of GDP, again, we have been relying more on the sectoral reports. For instance, reports that have been produced by the Ministry of Minerals or reports that have been produced by the Ministry of Energy. Data from NBS, it's a bit challenging because, for instance, the contribution of the extractive sector to the national economy has been aggregated in one pool. So it's inclusive of mining, oil, and gas. So if you look at NBS, it will tell you the sector contributes 4.8% to the GDP, of which for them, they don't say this is mining or this is oil and gas, something for us which we have been advocating against. You cannot define the mining and quarrying sector to include oil and gas. These are two different sectors. They have their different model of operation. They have a different model of contribution to the economy. If you go to the EITI website, again, you will see that the value contribution of the oil and gas subsector is not added. So what we have done, as I said before, we are, depending on a specific subject, we use a specific source. But when it comes to general issues, I think we have relied more on ministerial reports rather than relying on other reports that probably could bring contradiction whatsoever, if it responds to that. But it's challenging.
Thank you. No, if you're advocating to the ministry, they probably wouldn't like it if you were using somebody else's data, especially if theirs is showing a higher figure. Rachel, maybe I could just get a very quick 30-second reflection from you on one thing you would really like us to take forward, or one idea that you have to really push on this, how we can close the accountability loop that you described, really helping to turn all the data and all the tools of the digital world into accountability, whether it be from government, from corporations, from each other, from NGOs. Thank you.
One thing I can say maybe as a principle to take away is that data economy is still a very young discussion, but it's already transforming our economy and society, okay? What we need to invest on technical capacities to be able to analyze. We need to engage with all relevant stakeholders to be able to have a unified advocacy agenda to ensure we push for accountability. It's not the duty of Haki Rasilimali to follow the money from the extractive sector. It's the duty of TAWEZA, it's the duty of Data Lab. We all have to make use of this data. We may be able to produce information, but for instance, TAWEZA may use this information to unpack it further, to make meaningful understanding to different relevant groups. So each stakeholder may use data that is produced, for instance, by Haki Rasilimali, to use it at their own. So we should invest in technical capacities. I understand the challenges with Tanzania to use technology, but that's where the world is ending, okay? However, as this tide is shifting, we also have to shift. You cannot live in isolation. Let us make use of the data. Let us not generate new information. There's a lot of information from the government out there that we have not tapped in. As civil society, we should move from that line of finding our own data. We should use the same data to push and ask the government. But again, let us not forget the role of ombudsman organizations. We as civil society have always left out the judicial. We have left out to engage with the office of the AG or office of the CG. All these people have the power and mandate to ensure accountability is enhanced. I think for me, that's it. And thank you so much for the opportunity. I bring it back to you, Rachel.
Thank Thank you so much. I like that new idea. Let's engage better with the institutions that indeed are tasked with our accountability broadly. Thank you. Saidi, can I go to you on this question? Are you still with us?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. I captured some of the contribution and questions. Starting with the first contributor, I think he talked about the accountability in the community and how civil society and NGOs are making our projects actually focusing on digital literacy. To me, because for him, I think that community are being left out of what we are sharing. So to me, in my perspective and in my experience, I might say that community are not left out. And of course, my answer might be yes, or might be also no, because our programs are being done at the community. There is where we are doing our project. Data, if we are doing evaluations, if we are doing study, or if we are doing research, are the same community which answers the question that we send to them. So to me, I don't think we are letting them out. The issue, what I see the issue with the NGOs and the CSOs, many of people establish or register the NGOs because they don't have job. So maybe some, they don't have that guiding principles of what NGOs should work. And when most of these people are starting operating, finding for the money, normally they don't have money. So many of things, for example, when they are designing their program, they fail actually to capture and go down to the community to get their views, what they want and how the program should look like. That is something that I think is a gap in NGO world.
Saidi, sorry, I've just been told we only have 1 more minute, so I'm going to ask you to, if you can give me your one thought on, what should we all take away about how we can close this accountability loop and turn the kind of huge amounts of data and the new digital tools that are available to us into accountability, whether from government, from each other, from NGOs, or from the private sector. And you have about 30 seconds, and then I have to give it to Omar.
Yes. Thanks very much.
Sorry for that.
To me, I would say, looking at my perspective, because I'm coming from NGO, we need to share the information because we collect a lot of data, we do analysis, we only share to government or to donors. We don't go down to the community to share what we've done and how we're accountable to what we are doing in their community. That is the thing that I'm seeing lacking in the NGO world.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Omar, last word.
Yeah, so I will say, first of all, I know NGOs, CSOs are talking about data, which is good, but I think the first thing I think they should do is let themselves have a data policy, because the highest percentage of them, they don't have that, so it's good. But also, if you look at the number of NGOs that we have if each one bring one person, not only at the master level or the degree level, even a basic and intermediate level, and have these skills, so we can leapfrog quickly and have a good number of people who can work and make insight on the data. And that could be a very quick winning that we could do that together. And I'm sure that should be the way, because if you just wait to have 1,000 master students, it's going to take time. But the basic and intermediate skills, which sometimes most of the NGOs might be in need of that, compared to the issue of the AI and whatever that can be done by other stuff. So that's my call.
Very clear. Thank you so much. So we should all support the training of at least one person as NGOs in these kind of data skills and digital literacy. Thank you. Guys, thank you so much for bearing with us. Last panel of Data Tamasha. Now we can go eat data, bata, sorry, bata ya data. Thank you so much. My name is Risha Chande. It's been great. Have a lovely evening.
Nini kwenye panelists, lakini najua my colleagues who is the MC, she is not around. She's somewhere there. Can we clap for her then? So we have exhibition. I know most of you guys didn't have time to go there, but also we're having something to celebrate. What do you call it? Bata la data. I don't know, data la bata. Something like that. It's just a matter of continue meeting, discussing, and see how we could support each other to continue with the data revolution that we have started. It's not the end of data. It is the beginning, because we have to do this. Okay? We really want to do this. And in order to do that, there are students who are masters in data science here. There are students who are data ambassadors. There are data fellows in this area. So interact, okay? And if for the dealer perspective, we are here in the morning, in the afternoon, at night, before we sleep, we are just dream on what we can make use of data, okay? So it is really important to come and chat. There was a very good session about AI ethics this morning. You developers, you are developing and you plug in the data without thinking it. Leo unasema, alikuwa anasema pale nilikuwa nasikia, ukichukua data za zamani za watu walioajiriwa kwenye watu waliopewa mikopo, ukazitumia data hizo kutengeneza AI tool, tayari utapata challenge gani? Utapata bias decision. Kwa sababu watu wa zamani walikuwa wanaochukua wengi ni wanini? Wanaume. Ukiweka tu ile gender kule ndani, tayari kuna matatizo. Si ndio Kuna kesi nyingi zimetokea, Uingereza nimeona nyingine imetokea, watu wamechukua crime data za zamani wakaingiza. Na za zamani ilikuwa ni watu black. Si ndio Baadaye ikaja. Sasa there are a lot of things we could enjoy on this data. Na data sio lazima uwe advanced scientist. Angalieni hapa kwenye wall. This was an innovative challenge ya jinsi gani you can use art to make sense of data. Na ilikuwa kuna data inasema kwamba out of 3 basi kuna msichana mmoja anakuwa violated, gender based violence. Tukawaambia vijana kama nyinyi, unawezaje kutumia art kupresent data in a message ambayo inaweza ikaeka meaningful. Ndio mnaziona hizi kanga, na tulisema hii kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu kanga is the highest used product kwa wanawake, si ndio Akitembea mama anayo kanga. Akaenda, kwa hiyo it was a media. So it was a really competition. Designer came up and then they come it. Another challenge mtaiona ile pale. So unaona vijana wanaangalia. It was about the sexual and reproductive health mashuleni. Challenge ikatokea, watu wakatengeneza mural. Kwa hiyo there is a different way. There was also a challenge in music with data. Kwa hiyo tusiangalie tu artificial intelligence, tusiangalie, lazima ujiulize huyu mwananchi wa kawaida, ukitaka awe engaged in data, what is the best way to present? Ukipeleka zile chat zenu zile kubwa kubwa zile, they will never do it. They will never even engaged. Na sisi tunataka wao wawe kwenye driving seat waweze kuendelea. Si ndio So with that shot, I'm sure we can enjoy, maximize Tanzania Data Lab. And you can also get an access to other service providers ambao tuko nao. Kuna AI network. Yani there are so many resources. Wale ambao wamepata bahati ya kupata hiyo knowledge. Si ndio? Ukitaka kufanya trial kwenye health, kuna kitu, kuna watu wa Ifakara. Ukitaka kwenye global supply si nini, kuna watu pale So there are so many network around this. Sawa? Kwa hiyo naomba sana muitumie. Isiyo data tamasha imeisha, and then tunakuja kuja kuonana kwenye registration tena. Sawa Na sisi wengine tunabwaga manyanga sasa. Vijana mnatakiwa drive hii kitu. Si ndio? Kwa hiyo wakati una drive lazima uwe na skills, and this is the time. Sawa Tunatangaza masters in data science, hamuombi, na kuna scholarship. Kwa nini? Inatakiwa tuambie bwana 1000 Tanzanians have applied. Leo kunaambiwa 5 au 10 au 30. And then baadaye unasema mimi sina kazi, sina nini. Wakati kila kampuni sasa hivi inamtafuta data scientist au inamtafuta mtu mwenye expert kwenye blockchain. If you are interested on data security na application of blockchain, yuko Sandra hapa. She is the driver of the blockchain. Mnasikia? So don't be shy, ask. Kuna wengine bahati wanafunzi hapa wao wanapita tu hapa wanaiangalia data lab kwa mbali. Maximize it. Are we ready? Okay. So that's the issue. Sasa mimi ningesikia watu wananiwa kama uko kwenye bank industry, njoo. Kama uko kwenye health sector, njoo. Kama unafikiria hata, njoo. Nafikiri wengine mloko jana mliona some of the data innovation ambazo zimekuwa funded na D-Lab. More than 1.2 million ilitolewa just to support innovation kwenye data, si ndio? Sasa wewe uko wapi mjomba au shangazi au dada au mdogo wangu au mtoto wangu? Kwa hiyo jitahidini kuwa proactive. Ukisipokuwa proactive watabaki kina Elsa peke yao, si ndio Si ndio jamani? Kwa hiyo that's the way you can maximize. Kuna knowledge nyingi vile vile, sio lazima usome kwenye hizi formal nani. Kuna knowledge nyingi. Udacity, sijui ziko nyingi. Hebu watajie mara moja. Hebu taje, wasikie wenzao.
Coursera, edX, Khan Academy, Udemy, Udacity, YouTube, WhatsApp, Telegram. You find all this stuff everywhere these days. And it is free. And manake unaweza kaenda unamsumbua mzee kwamba baba mimi naomba si nini. It is free. Now if you want to do that and you cannot afford kwa maana ya internet, hapa ni open space, you just come in. Si ndio? Lakini najua ukifanya masiara utaenda kwenye nini inaitwa? Mnaitaga nini ile? Vijana nyinyi mnaitaga nini? Anaita sugar. Mnaita nini sugar Wale vijana wa ile muziki mnaita nini sugar? Sukari. So you will go into that. Are we done? Nilikuwa nimekushikia tu bosi njoo. Yes Ambua.
Unaongea mambo ya data hivyo nani? Umesoma data science?
Sasa hapo ndo mtajua sasa. Sambua amenani. Yaani mimi my background ni agromechanic. My second degree ni MBA. Lakini nimesoma, yani mtu akitengeneza tool ya AI hapa, akikatiza kwangu, basi ujue amepasa. Lakini vyote nimejisoma mwenyewe. Na mimi nilikuwa mkurugenzi mkuu wa SIDO. Nimemaliza pale, nimekuja kwenye data space. Sijui kitu kabisa. That is 4 years back. Lakini leo utafikiri nilikuwa university nasoma. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu na Sambua ameuliza hiyo maksudi, ni kwa sababu ya kuridi na kuridi na kuridi. Na kuridi na kuridi. Kwa hiyo data is for everyone. Sio lazima uwe data scientist tu sijui nini. Mtu yote tu. Ukiventure unaendelea. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba tuwe na hiyo. Sawa Alafu sasa humu nitaona kwa baada ya kuzungumza haya, naamini wiki ijayo nitaona vijana mnakuja. Agapiti pale ni director wa innovation kwenye data. Sio kama mnamjua. Huyo ndo anamwaga mamilioni ya dola anamwaga kwa ajili ya vijana. Hebu Agapiti nyosha. Hebu njoo Agapiti, njoo bwana, njoo. Hebu njoo.
Yeah. So ana innovation zaidi ya vijana kama 50 amesha support. Ana more than 5 innovation challenge ameshafanya. The money is a grant for you vijana. Sasa unataka nini? $25,000, milioni 50 leo ukiipata inakupeleka wapi? Si unaweza ukatoka. Kuna wenzenu they have already started business. Hebu simama. Simama. Waone kwamba you have been supported here na umefanikiwa. Simama. Simona. Aliichungulia fursa, she has its own business sasa hivi. Si ndio Sasa na nyinyi tap the opportunity. Na sio tu kwa D-Lab. Ziko nyingi, the ecosystem hii hapa iko. Sawa? Kwa hiyo ukija tukiangalia wazo lako, tutajua tukupeleke kwa Sandra, tukupeleke kwa AI, tukupeleke kwa nani, and then that will be the best. Asante Halila kwa time.
Asanteni sana jamani, makofi yazidi kidogo. Wonderful. Jamani, hiyo last point I think is really important tuikazie hapo. Manake mimi mwenyewe tulikuwa beneficiaries wa D-Lab. Ngoja kwanza nitajinadi mwenyewe, manake mmenisahau, kimeniuma sana, lakini jokes aside. Tulikuwa, if you have a dream, if you have an idea that can be a solution, kweli. Usikope Silicon Valley afu kajaribu kuingiza bongo, manake hiyo yani inadunda kweli. Lakini if you have something that you truly believe can work, umekisomea, umekifanyia tafiti na you want support zipo. We had a crazy idea, yani kiukweli hata tulikuwa tuna apply, in my mind nilikuwa hata sijajijua ingefanyaje kazi. Lakini kupitia ule mchakato wa kuuliza maswali, there is nothing more important than the questions. Wakikuuliza maswali kwanza unakasirika, unatoka kijasho, kama ulikuwa umepata deodorant yote inaisha. Unaumiza kichwa, lakini those questions allow you to, wanasema iron sharpens iron. And you end up creating something ambao baadaye unajiuliza, was that me? Because there is incredible support. And I truly believe that D-Lab, it has been that for innovators wengi, and it will keep being that. So one of the things ambao vijana tumeshindwa kufanya ni kuleverage places like this. Manake the opportunities are endless. Na tusisubiri tu kwamba fund ipo, kuna vichwa. That's the truth. Manake most of the times tunatafuta vichwa kwenye networking events kule nje. Hapa yenyewe kuna vichwa. And one of the great things about D-Lab, hata kama wao wenyewe hawezi kukufanyia, they will always connect you. And that is the power of this space. So yani tuwapigie makofi kwanza kabla sijawa release. All right. So we've come to the last session in this space for Data Tamasha 2021. Lakini hatujamaliza. We still have a final session. Nani anaweza kujua ni nini? Ni? Bata la data. Yes, bata la data. Bata la data litaendelea kwenye kijiji cha data ambapo ndo tulipokuwa tumepata lunch na ambapo exhibitions zilikuwa zinaendelea na bado zitaendelea. Mengine tutazungumza tukifika pale, lakini ningependa kuwaomba to give yourselves a massive round of applause for being here all the way until the end. Tutatoka hapa nje, maybe tunaweza kupiga picha kwa pamoja hapa nje. If we can have one of the camera guys, we can take a photo kwa pamoja hapa nje and then head on to kijiji cha data. We'll speak more there. There's entertainment and a lot of incredible stuff that has been planned for you. Asanteni sana. Pardon?
Presentation tutapata.
Presentations zote ambazo zimefanywa. So we've collected all your information. Kama ulikuwa kwenye a certain session, no matter you are scanned, kama you are in the certain session, people in those sessions will get the information, the links, the presentations, and so on and so forth. Our pictures, I believe a link will be sent, because zote zitafanyiwa mambo, so unajua picha siku hizi hazitumu vile vile. Zitafanyiwa mambo and you will get as much as possible. But right now also there are a lot of photos in the D-Lab social media pages. So if you go through that at D-Lab TZ, you might find a lot. Asanteni sana.